for October 6, 2020. This meeting, as all meetings during the health emergency, is being held remotely. We're using the Zoom platform, and the meeting is being recorded. A quorum of the select board is participating from their own respective remote locations. Let's start off with some updates and announcements. I'd like to start off to report the very, very unfortunate passing of Frank Carroll. I know other board members will want to say a few words, so I'll keep my words very briefly. Frank and Carol were real giants in this town. I mean, everyone knew them and respected them, and they did so much for the town in all sorts of ways. I think of Frank as someone who was very, very learned. He was very, very smart. He had a lot of experience, but like all truly smart people, he was open-minded, and he was willing to listen, and he's willing to consider other points of view and opinions, while at the same time, imparting his knowledge and wisdom freely to anyone who he was talking to, and adopting, the ideas and insights of others where that was appropriate. That's one of the things I really respected about Frank. No closed-mindedness there, willingness to learn, willingness to teach, willingness to really be a true contributor to this town. I don't know if other people have anything to say about Frank or other updates or announcements.
Yes, I do. I was very, very sad to learn of Frank's passing. Frank was such a wonderful senior advocate. I served as co-chair with him and Ruth Ann Doback on Age-Friendly Cities Committee. Age-Friendly Cities is a project that was Frank's conception. He worked on it, established it 10 years ago. Brookline is designated as an age-friendly community because of Frank's efforts. But he was also involved in so many other things, and it's really difficult to enumerate them all. But one thing I want to say about Frank is that I appreciated, and I agree with what Bernard has said about his ability to think, his ability to listen, his ability to weigh the issues, the facts on both sides, and come to a conclusion. But Frank also was one of the kindest and gentlest people I know, and he was very, always very civil and respectful. And sometimes we don't encounter that in Brookline, even here. I know our leader in Washington doesn't set a good example in this way, but Frank did set a good example in Brookline. He really respected everyone and everyone's right to their own opinion and to speak and to have a reasonable and amicable discussion. I'll miss him. I know we all will. And I have been talking with Aaron Galentine about fundraising for a memorial bench for Frank, because he was so involved in establishing a program in the town to get pedestrian benches in many places. And Aaron is going to further suggest that we expand that idea to include a fund in Frank's name at the town, a gift fund, and to designate it in his memory, and to have the first bench in his memory. So we're going to work on the details of that this week, and I'll report to you next week as to what we come up with, and then begin some fundraising for it. for the folks who would like to fundraise, who would like to give a donation in Frank's honor now, the senior center has set up a fund, and that was what the family, Carol and her sons, had designated as a place for donations. So anyone can do that. I have another announcement, but I'll wait until others have had a chance to say what they wanted to about Frank.
I'll go next. I'm going to try to get through this without breaking down. So I had the pleasure of serving with Frank on the Kent Street Senior Affordable Housing Committee, and he really was a gem. This is a profound loss for us. The other two things I want to mention is he also invited me to speak at the senior center not once but twice during the scooter pilot program, and it made for a better outcome for everyone. I think a lot of people wouldn't have been as open-minded, and because we had a very good, robust dialogue, we were able to find ways to improve the program for everyone's experience, not just the users of the micromobility, but also pedestrians and older residents. And then the other thing I want to mention is something that I don't think everyone knew about Frank, even people who knew him quite well. He would water the plants at our libraries pretty much every week. So he is and was a very special man, and I have made a donation in his honor to the senior center, and I hope other people will do that as well.
I didn't want to get ahead of Raul if he wanted to say something. I'll say this much, if I may. There are so many aspects to Frank, so many dimensions. I'm just going to mention one, and that is that in addition to all of these wonderful qualities and activities that are associated with Frank, there is the fact that he took up pottery. And thank goodness that I happen to be married to someone who loves collecting pottery. And she made a habit of, at holiday time, visiting the Feet of Clay pottery studio, where Frank had his potter's wheel, and he had his display of work. And she would quite often pick up something by Frank. So when the word came across that Frank had sadly passed away, immediately we started to look among our pottery to see what have we got. And of course, something we use every day was one of Frank's pieces. It's sort of a cradle for a kitchen spoon. And on the back, it says Caro, his last name. And if people would just think about, I hope I'm not getting outside my pay grade here by trying to translate what the Italian word caro means. But my understanding, with the help of Wikipedia and looking up the definitions, it means dear, D-E-A-R. Dear, sweet, gentle Frank made such an impression on so many people in Brookline. And to think about what it means to be a potter, if there was anyone that was hands-on in everything he did, it was Frank. And I just think it's so representative of him that he found fulfillment in taking up pottery, in addition to everything else that he did. And I'm also just going to add quickly that those who know Carol, his wife, everything said about Frank, you could say about Carol. What a genuinely a Brookline treasure this couple has been. And we're very lucky to have Carol, although of course our hearts go out to her at this time.
Frank also made a very good bottle of wine.
I didn't know that. You kept a secret.
I'll just add, in addition to everything else that was said, that Frank and Carol invited me early on into their home to get to know them, as I was just getting involved in this world of Brookline politics. And that they were kind and they were open. But I don't want to get lost in all of this, that Frank was also a fierce advocate for the causes in which he believed, and most notably the senior population in Brookline, access issues in Brookline, and I guess ferocity shows in different ways, right? It doesn't always look like someone yelling or anything like that, but he was a fierce advocate, and and also got things done in a way that I think is really admirable. I'm thinking about just around the corner from where I am right now, all those benches that are a result of his and Carol's work, and of course others who made that happen. And so I'll remember him that way, and look forward to supporting Carol and the family and the senior center in any way that I can. So
yeah, well, you can be a very fierce advocate as Frank was, while still being a kind and gentle and respectful person, and that's one of the things I think we can learn from Frank. Okay, any other updates or announcements? Yes, Ms. Hamilton.
Very briefly, because I think I've talked about it for the past 2 weeks. But the Rotary Club, which I am a member of, is putting on a program tomorrow evening, 7:30 online. It's called COVID, the Real Science. And for more information on how to access that program, which should be a really good program on everything that we know to date and the science behind it, can be found at brooklinerotary.org.
Great.
So I wanted to update you all on the census. As some of you may remember, the Trump administration was trying to end the census on September 30th. And then there was some wrangling, and then they ended up announcing that it would be October 5th. But some census advocates went to court in the U.S. federal court in California, and the judge ruled that the census must keep to its schedule of October 31st. So that's the situation now. We don't know whether there will be another court injunction, but we're proceeding on the idea that it's going to be at the end of the month. We are urging people to complete the census now. Brookline is currently only at 65% self-response, which is not as good as we were in 2010 and not as good as our neighbors. And we've been working really hard to figure out how to get more response. So if you know someone who has not completed his or her their census, they can go online at 2020census.gov, and you can find a lot of different languages there, including Chinese and Japanese, and I don't believe Hebrew is on it, but there are 12 different languages. So it's very private, it's safe, it's very well protected, and it's got so many benefits for Brookline, so much in terms of funding for the next 10 years is dependent upon people filling out their census and participating. So I hope that everyone in the audience will do that. Email your friends, ask them to make sure that they do that. We will have less of a funding burden on ourselves if we can encourage people to sign up for the census and get our numbers up. So that's my message. And don't wait. We never know when it really is going to end.
Right. Mr. Kleckner, you have a couple announcements, right?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have some announcements on COVID-19, including how the town is going to handle Halloween trick-or-treating. So there's some important announcements I want to make, but if you would allow me just 2 minutes on Frank Caro as well. I
Sure.
had a great relationship with Frank, and I agree with everything everyone said. A true gentleman, a true community servant. And what Frank's legacy will be how to adapt our public spaces and services to accommodate a very growing elderly population, which our demographics are getting there. So, I think his legacy will be felt for a long time. What was great about Frank, as everyone said, is that he listened, and he also was able to explain things in a very calm manner, which I found to be very helpful, especially in our contentious society these days. So I'm going to miss Frank a great deal, and just want to say that. So there are a few important matters on related to COVID-19, and I'll go through them relatively quickly because I want to spend most of the time on the Halloween holiday. So first of all, the governor did announce late last week, frankly, at some surprise to us, that he was moving forward with a opening of another phase of phase 3, and did indicate that if communities were in a red zone, that they would not be allowed to go. Brookline's not in that case, but still, we're just not going to adopt everything that's coming down. This particular phase involves performances, both indoor and outdoor venues, arcades and recreational businesses, including skating rinks, trampoline parks, and so on, fitting rooms and stores, gyms, museums, and the like. So our task force has met about these types of uses in this phase. I think the good part is there's not a lot of those, frankly, in Brookline. Some of the big ones, obviously, are Coolidge Corner Theater, our Auto Museum at the Lars Anderson Park, and other facilities. And I think the point we want to make to you as the board and others in the community is that we require all of these venues to have a plan with our health department, to have a direct a discussion with our health department, submittal of ways in which these activities can be done in a safe manner, as we've been doing pretty much with all businesses who are in the reopening phase. So I just want you to know that we are having those conversations daily with some of these venues and vendors, and we're moving slowly when we feel comfortable that those venues are ready to open in this new phase. The other issue is Halloween, and there's no question Halloween's coming. It comes every year. It comes on October 31st every year, and Halloween is a very fun holiday for many people. But in this case, in this year with the pandemic, we do have to modify some of the practices that are traditional with Halloween, including the traditional trick-or-treating, where children will go up to a home, and the resident of the home will greet them and distribute candy. And I think it's pretty obvious that that's not a very safe practice. Our CDC has ruled against that, or has guided against that type of activity. And we all believe that is appropriate for Brookline as well, is to prohibit the actual traditional trick-or-treating, going up to the doors and interacting with residents in the neighborhoods in that manner. The other thing that is somewhat unique to Brookline is that we have traditionally closed certain streets in some neighborhoods. Beale Street is probably the most prominent one that people may be aware of, but over many years, Beale Street became a very popular venue to trick-or-treat for whatever reason, and the town decided to close the street down on Halloween to provide some safe space for trick-or-treaters. And I believe that's done in a couple of other streets, maybe one in South Brookline. And then we also have a number of small block parties. People want to have a Halloween party on their street outdoors, but we're not going to be allowing the block parties and the street closings this year. And I want you to be aware of that. And if you have any concerns about that, would like to hear about that. But those are very clear guidance of the CDC against those activities. They do identify a number of activities that are safe And, I don't think you have to be too creative to figure those out. I mean, Halloween is a fun time when people dress up and can do that in very safe ways in smaller groups. And we are going to issue a press release tomorrow and get the word out, include the CDC guidelines. And I think it's actually, the more I think about it, they're relatively straightforward guidelines. We've been acting, I think, in our community in very safe and appropriate manners. And this is really an extension of that. We can still have Halloween and have some fun events without going door to door or to have these kind of large scale street parties. So that's the story on Halloween. We want to get the word out beginning tomorrow, but I did want to give the board an opportunity if you had any questions or concerns about that particular activity. I know you've been hearing a lot about it from concerned residents.
And concerned children.
So-
I'm on one of, oh, I'm sorry, Heather, go ahead.
Well, maybe I wasn't paying as close attention as I should have. So for that, I apologize. But are there any opportunities to do any activities safely?
Oh, yes, there's dozens that the CDC identifies. So whether you think they're fun or I don't know, but there are many activities. I mean, including, walking around in your costumes in your neighborhood and, seeing what else, seeing what other people are wearing or seeing what people may have decorated their homes and not unlike you do, but, just the trick or treating. But there are a number of activities that are identified. I think the issue is the town coordinating them or encouraging them? I would say no. I think we're allowing families and neighborhood groups and other organizations to see if they can do things on a more safe basis.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that answered your question, Heather. I mean, I can read some of the activities, but they're not groundbreaking.
Okay, thank you.
We can go online.
I do know, I'm a part of the Beale Street listserv because it's, right around the block from me. And the people there have been talking about what kinds of activities. It seems everyone is expressing the opinion that it's not safe to do the regular thing. So I think, and I know those kinds of discussions are also going on in the Precinct 4 and Brook Street area, and I'm sure other areas in the town. So I think people will welcome the information, Mel, about from the town, but I do think that people are also talking among themselves about what they believe could be safe and not. So, it might be that we should publish the CDC guidelines on the town meeting listserv, because those town meeting members are usually involved in the areas in their respective locations, and they may not have consulted with the CDC guidelines in the past. So I think that would be an appropriate way to let people know what the CDC does consider to be safe, and I think would help in people's planning.
Well, we will issue the CDC guidelines tomorrow when we issue our press release. I'll make sure you all get a copy, and you should feel free to post it in places that you think is appropriate. I would just say I've been talking to a lot of my colleagues in other communities, and I think everybody feels the same way, that we all have to be together, because if a community doesn't make these restrictions, then there is likely to be a lot of people going to that community and then creating the kind of problems that we're trying to avoid, which is a lot of people grouped together and going to home or whatever the activity is. I know that Salem is dealing with a lot, of course, because that's Halloween Central, but I would say that there's no community that I'm aware of is encouraging any of the traditional trick-or-treating activities.
Mel, if I just want to make sure that we get this clear for folks, and maybe we'll save some calls to the police department about this too, but it seems to me like what we're saying is that we're certainly not recommending trick-or-treating and that it's ill-advised, but we're not saying necessarily that it's prohibited and not encouraging people to call us if they see someone walking around trick-or-treating or anything like that. Is it?
Yeah, I think it would be very difficult for the town to enforce that. I mean, what if, you're going to your next door neighbor's house and, that's a traditional, common activity that you do in your neighborhood. And, so it would be very hard for us to do that. But obviously if we saw it on a large scale or, there was a particular problem in a neighborhood, I'm sure the police would report. But this is, we're hoping that people will comply. And so, yes, we're asking people not to turn the lights on or to do anything that would encourage people to come up to the door and expect that they would receive candy or some other treat.
Thank you.
I believe that's one of the things that the people on these various listservs are talking about as well, encouraging their neighbors to turn the lights off and basically give a message to kids who do come that there's no candy here. So,
John?
Yeah, I just want to add a little context to this because this message I know is going to be hard to accept for a certain number of families in Brookline who treasure Halloween, as most all kids do. But to put some context on it, there has been an uptick in COVID in Brookline, and the numbers over time had been pretty good for Brookline. In fact, up until recently, you might even see a week where there was less than one case per day over the course of a week. And then it was sort of steadily one case per day. The most recent numbers from the last 3 weeks, it's now ticked up to an average of, say, 2 cases per day for 2 or 3 weeks now. And that might not sound like a lot, but if you think about it in terms of a trend, it's a doubling of where we were. So we were doing great. We're still doing very good, very well. But the trend is not in our favor right now. And I think extra caution is called for. And I hope in that context, people will understand that nobody took this decision lightly, but it's really the necessary and it's the right decision to make.
Okay.
Just two other minor items I'm going to quickly go through, Mr. Chair, related to COVID. The first is that the town and the schools have been working hard to produce a community testing program. And I think we're getting very close. And this testing program would use a vendor to have testing available in our community, drive up or for making accommodations for people who don't have vehicles to get tested for COVID-19. 5 days a week. It would be a very consistent and convenient opportunity for our residents, including our students, our families of our students in our public schools, teachers who work for the town, as well as town employees, to be guaranteed a convenient and fairly prompt testing result. And if there are symptoms associated with it, that would be at no cost to them. Our vendor would be directly billing insurance companies for that. So it's exciting. We still have a lot of work to do, but I'm feeling very good about it. And I think it will really help the schools who I think have very high standards with the state's requirements that if a student or a teacher arrives with some symptoms or develops symptoms throughout the day, a whole series of things have to happen. And so one of those is testing. And so we think that by having a community-wide testing program, that's going to provide our residents and our employees a very convenient and a quick opportunity to get the testing. And hopefully, if that happens, we can reduce the time period of long-term absences or other absences as a result of quarantines and so on. So want to mention that it's not quite finished yet, but we're making a great deal of progress. I want to thank Justin Casanova Davis, who's here tonight, who's working on it seems like day and night. So thank you, Justin, on that. And then one final thing.
Mel, could I ask a question about that?
Yes.
One of the issues is that will that test be offered to anyone regardless of their symptom status? Because, and if they have no symptoms, but they believe they've been exposed or they were at some place where they're worried about, you know, right now, as I understand it, and I had a COVID test before I came out to California a couple of weeks ago. You had to either say you had symptoms or you had to pay. And so that's the issue for people. In California, on the other hand, I had a test yesterday because I went on a plane, and it was free. You said nothing, you know, you don't have to tell them anything about yourself. They're willing to test anyone. So I don't know how they manage it. I'm not involved in that, but I'd like to know how we could manage to give it to anyone who wants it.
Well, it is available for everyone. I think the question is if you don't have symptoms, to what extent your insurance covers things, or you know,
Sure.
you'd have to pay up front and then seek reimbursement from the insurance. So it's tricky. I think at this point, you know, you're aware of these very systematic asymptomatic testing programs that the colleges and the pro sports leagues and other, you know, large institutions are able to do. Those are so cost prohibitive for us to even think of doing at this point. So the town cannot just commit to cover things that the insurance doesn't. But we're trying very hard to make sure that for whatever whatever is qualified for insurance, that people will not have to pay up front. I'm not sure I answered that question. I don't know. I don't know what program you had, Nancy, and why they didn't charge you for it. I just don't
Well,
know.
I'm in California now, so they don't charge at all. You know, you don't give insurance information. You don't give any information except your name and your date of birth.
Well,
And
somebody's paying for that. I don't know who.
somebody, but I don't know who.
State, yeah.
Mel, I know you've got to move on, and we're only just in announcements right now. But I would just put a word in for us to figure out, for those folks who are uninsured, how this company or whatever it is, I would imagine should be able to provide access for the very small number of people, I would imagine, who are uninsured in Brookline. And I'd want to see that certainly as part of whatever program they put together.
Or there may be people who lost their insurance as a result of unemployment from you know, due to COVID.
Sure. You know, these are questions that have been asked as well. So, you know, I just wanted to announce that we're in progress, and you know, we have to iron out some details, but I wanted to mention that. And then finally, just wanted to mention that the ballots for the November 3rd election have arrived at Town Hall over the weekend. They arrived in many pallets, and they are currently going out the door as we speak. I believe there's yesterday and today, about 5,000 of those ballots have already been sent out total, and they're working very hard in doing that. Jeff Nutting, who we've assigned to help the assistant town clerk in the election cycle this fall, will be appearing later on in your agenda when we talk about approving the election warrant. But he authorized me to say up front in the meeting that people should be looking out for their ballots, and they should read the instructions carefully. There's two things in particular that they find may be the more common mistakes. One is not signing the ballot itself. It has to be signed, and it also has to be put in the right envelope. You know, there's a couple envelopes that come with the package, and just read carefully the instructions. And then, of course, you know, you can mail them. We have a drop-off box at Town Hall, which is outdoors. You don't have to enter the Town Hall to access it. And as things get closer, we encourage people to come and drop their ballots off in person. But I think we have a lot of time now, so mail probably works. But if you're asking me, I'd bring my my ballot personally. We also are having early voting, where people can come in to Town Hall and do physical voting early, as well as on November 3rd. But given the pandemic and the challenges that creates, we are strongly encouraging people who feel comfortable to do this voting by mail. So I want to give that update. And I know Jeff will be reinforcing that a little later on this evening.
Great, thank you.
That's what I have. Thank you.
Okay, Justin, public comment. Do we have anyone in the queue who would like to speak?
Yes, Bernard, we had 5 people sign up for public comment. Joe Polak's the first one. Joe, you can unmute yourself and put your video on if you feel comfortable. 3 minutes.
Okay. Can you hear me?
I
Yes.
can hear you.
Okay. So I'm here to talk about a phenomenon that's I've personally been a victim of, but there are people that are really hurting because of it. And that is the parking situation on Longwood Avenue between Harvard Street and Kent. Right now, there is no parking on that. Nobody on the street was consulted about that. All of a sudden, these barriers are up. I walk there every single day, and I walk there extensively. Virtually no one uses the liberated roadway that is caused by the barriers, and I'm getting a tremendous amount of complaint and strong feelings from elderly people who are very, very concerned with the absence of parking. I mean, one way to put it is that you can't park in Brookline at night, and now you can't park in Brookline at all. Where will caretakers park? Where will those who deliver food, meals, and shopping park? Where will people, service people, plumbers, electricians, carpenters, cleaning, general fix-it people park? I've had plumbers who have just can't come to my house. They can't park somewhere, and it's a 20-minute walk to bring equipment into my house. Can't do it. If there is no parking on Longwood, then the post office workers have already filled St. Paul's Street from Sewell as far as Aspinwall and Stearns Road, and they need where to park. Everybody likes the post office. I want to also address something. There is a sense here among old people on Longwood Avenue, which is one of the heaviest populated areas in all of Brooklyn. I don't have to tell you folks. That there is an assault here, that somebody is not thinking about them and someone is not asking them. Those upside down bows that appeared on the street, no one on Longwood Avenue that I have ever talked to was told about it, or certainly not even asked about it. And it's a real issue for elderly people. Part of Avenue allows visits to the residents for essential social contacts, a basis for a healthy life, a right of the people who reside in this Longwood neighborhood. Elders, seniors depend, I don't have to tell you, on others and are trusting of others to look out for their needs. They don't read the internet. They
So
don't
you
know.
have 30 seconds remaining.
Okay, thank you. We are, I've taken on myself to speak out for these people who feel victimized, who feel like a piece of their living turf has been taken away without consulting and without radical necessity. It's an upset, it's difficult, and I'm going to end with that.
Thank you. Mr. Kleckner, wouldn't we have been consulted before something like that was done? I mean, wouldn't have to come before the board?
I'm
Anyway.
assuming this is a transportation board, authority and action, but I don't know. I mean, I've heard a little bit about it. I don't specifically know the situation that is being referred to on Longwood. I'm going to find out first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
We'll reach out. I'll reach out to the gentleman.
Okay.
And
Unless-
let you know what's going on as well.
Yeah.
I'm just not really aware of it.
This was something that was taken up with the transportation board, and we actually voted on it. It is just part of the shared streets pilot program for the 4 zones that we talked about in April: Longwood, Harvard, I believe Boylston, and I forget what the other,
Yeah, I
One
thought
is-
there's some objection to Longwood, but maybe your memory is better than mine.
Well, I'm certainly getting some mail now from people objecting to this, very concerned about it. So I know that there's some angst in the neighborhood. And what Mr. Pollock said is apparently correct. There's no place for caretakers to park, no place for service people to park, food deliveries. And when you're elderly and you're not going out, that makes it really, really difficult. So I think we should urge the Transportation Board to revisit this and understand what kinds of problems it's causing.
Yeah. Okay, Justin, anyone else?
Yep, the next person for public comments, Alex Johnson. You can unmute yourself and share your video if you're comfortable.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, all. My name is Adeni Janasi. I live in Brookline Village with my wife, Rebecca, who was born and also raised in Brookline Village, and my 22-month-old son, Adeoluwa. I'm also the president of the Brookline Village Diversity Club. Originally from Ondo State, Nigeria, I left home at 17 years old with no parents, by myself in search for a better life. First to Germany, then finally to the United States. I love my home country, but there are reasons I left. In 2015, I became a citizen of this country, and I'm proud to call Brookline my own. The values in the Constitution, such as any human being, the right to happiness, practice any religion and no religion, right that no one should be discriminated against, profiled, targeted, equal treatment for all, just to mention a few of the reasons I fell in love with this country. But from personal experiences living in this country as a Black man, I've witnessed the opposite. An example, in 2010, while training to be a commercial pilot in Orlando, Florida, I had the police show up at my house at 9 p.m. at night, arresting me for an alleged crime that occurred at 5:30 p.m. in the evening around the area I lived, only to drop the case days later after finding out that they had arrested the wrong individual. They moved on with their lives and their jobs and left me with an unwarranted arrest record. I know what it is like to be profiled against and targeted, discriminated against. Recently, I've been unfairly targeted by my most recent employer, Sanctuary Medicinals, a cannabis dispensary located at 1531 Beacon Street, Brookline, for speaking up on concerning violations within the company and doing what was right. I've always spoken up and we continue to do so. Without no communication explanation of any wrongdoing, I received a letter from Sanctuary Medicinal dated September 19, 2020, placing me on forced unpaid leave until further notice for possible company policies and state violation. Also banning me from the property unless I have approval from the Director of Security, Mike Allen, who happened to be a retired Littleton police chief. I have been targeted, biasly treated by Lieutenant Colonel of the Brookline Police Department and Sanctuary Medicine, who has also refused me the right to work to this day for no definitive reasons. Prior to my employment with Sanctuary Medicinal, I was a member of the 97 Special Operation Group out of the Nigerian Air Force Base, Port Harcourt, Nigeria, as the captain of the Bell 412 helicopters. My duties include transporting oil workers in and out of oil rig, special search and rescue mission recovering kidnapped oil workers, both foreign and local, as well as rig securities from pirate. Most importantly, my duty was doing whatever it takes and necessary for my team to be successful.
Sir, you have 30 seconds left.
I'm sorry, I would need more than that. I've always been a team player. In November 2018, due to my son, I resigned as my duty as a father, due to my duties as a father and a husband, to focus on my family. The opportunity for Sanctuary Medicinal job presented itself in July after the country started opening up due to the pandemic. Prior to that, I started my own drone aviation company, and the dreams and goals of being one of the Black aviation drone delivery company was on point till the pandemic hit. Like most American family, we all had to make adjustments. Initially, I was offered the job as a security associate, but turned it down due to my experience, which
Excuse me.
Sir, your 3 minutes is up.
Yeah, I'll give you another 30 seconds to wrap up. We have a statement from you, but there's a limitation of 3 minutes to public comment so that we can get an opportunity or give an opportunity to everyone to speak.
Okay, I mean, if you guys have my statement, which I'll be sending to the select board, 30 seconds is not enough for me to get my point across of being.
Well, that's all you have.
So I'll order for that for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Bernard, the next person on the list is Danelle O'Neill. Danelle, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Darnell O'Neill Sr., Brookline Town Meeting member from Precinct 4, also on the advisory board. My neighbor just spoke to you in regards to why I'm speaking before you right now. Someone needs to advocate for my neighbor. I've known his wife my entire life. Her father was a pilot in Nigeria military. Her husband Alex, the constituent who's been targeted, has been involved in community engagements in the town, helping me with the helping me organize and host the CD4 new garden party. In my opinion, he was treated completely unfairly. And I've been, thinking about this very hard. I feel bad. I feel horrible for him. And there's a time for everything. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Bible, but in the book of Ecclesiastes, 3, I'll go to 7. It states, a time to tear, a time to mend, a time to be silent, and a time to speak. Alex spoke. He spoke up to protect the town, and because he spoke about violations that were occurring at Sanctuary Medicinals, which some of you in the town are aware of, he started and targeted. And no one came to his rescue, no one helped him, no one advocated for him, and he's been laid off because of this. He was laid off after his license was renewed. So I guess let me just get down to it. Sorry, this is a lot. So those of us in this town, right, the leadership who are supposed to represent and advocate for him, I feel we've like swept everything underneath the rug, and we've been, as a town, really in all sorts of levels, systemic racism, just everything. We've been sweeping things that matter to people, constituents in this town, under the rug, and and it's very damaging to people's lives. Sweeping on the rug. So I've come to the conclusion that we have, the town has the tools. The select board has the tools. Where you guys are sitting right now, you got that dust buster. You know what I mean, to get everything cleaned up, and really show to your constituents that he does matter. What happened to him, you do feel horrible that it did happen to him, and you're there to support him in any way that you can. So my question,
30 seconds left.
Thank you, sir. So my question to you is, should Alex be contacting the state attorney general's office, or Haley's, the BBB, or should he be talking into the State Cannabis Control Commission, commissioner, in regards to this, in regards to licensing? There's really one option, and it's the CCC. So I would like to get you guys support and contacting the CCC, and because Alex was targeted in the way he was treated by Sanctuary Medicinals. Thank you. Have a good evening. I really appreciate you guys listening to Alex and myself. You have our statements. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Let me just say that this select board, the town generally, can become involved in an issue involving employees of even businesses that we license unless it's a violation of their license conditions. And if there's such a violation, we'll take it up when in the normal course of the licensing process. But we can't give you advice beyond that.
Bernard, the next person for public comment is Susan Park. Susan, you can unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, and my name is Susan Park. I'm town meeting member precinct 2 and on the advisory board, and it's great to be here tonight and see you all. And I just wanted to say that I read Adonel's statement earlier today, and I felt compelled to be here tonight and talk with you because I feel like he, as he stated, he was trying to help the town and mention things that he saw. And I was looking at the different things, like there wasn't, the counters were not being wiped down. The bathrooms and break rooms weren't being cleaned regularly. The latch wasn't being properly put in place, etc. I mean, you have the statement, but I felt compelled to come tonight because he was sharing something that he saw and then he gets fired. And I wanted to know, I was wondering in town, how are people protected from whistleblowing? If someone sees something that's not right and they share it and then they get fired, there's just something, like there's a disconnect there. And that's why I wanted to address that tonight. Like, do we have something in place? And Bernard, I know that, thank you for saying that. You said that generally in town, you have to wait till the renewal of the license. So I think the license just happened this fall. So I'm also wondering, do we wait a year on this and then just bring it up next year when a whole year has gone by? Or I guess, as Danelle said too, or should we contact the CCC? I just think it's really unfortunate that someone like Danelle, who he thought he was doing the right thing to address the concerns, he thought according to his statement, he saw a diversion and he talked about it. And then the interesting thing about the statement is that he said that there's so many cameras there, but the thing that was talked about was actually a photo and not the video footage. So that's a little, there's a big question mark for me. Where was the video footage at that time? But a picture was taken and there was like no date. So I'm a little bit concerned about that. So
we have 30 seconds left.
Okay, thank you. So I would just, I'm just asking for you to, please look into this for Adonel, because something just doesn't sit right. Lastly, I would like to just, I know Frank Caro is not with us tonight. I didn't have the opportunity to meet him, but I will say that I noticed that there was a bench at the bottom of my street. I was touched. I was like, who put this there? I was wondering where this came from. It's just really lovely. And now that I know that it's from Frank Caro, wherever you are, Frank, I just want to say thank you. So thank you all. I hope you have a good evening.
Thank you.
Bernard, there was one other gentleman signed up, but I don't see him in the chat. Jerry Finnegan for public comment. So
I think he's a restaurant owner, Justin, and my understanding is that the board would allow the parties who are interested in the outdoor seating later on in the agenda to speak up during that time frame. Is that right, Mr. Chair?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. There's no one else signed up for public comment. Thank you, Mel.
Okay. Good. Thank you. Let's move on to, okay, first of all, minutes from September 29th are not ready, so we'll hold those until a later date. And secondly, items 6B, C, and D, I'd like to take them up in what we call omnibus fashion. These are items that are very similar, and everyone has had an opportunity to get any additional information they need on these articles or items. If there are any other questions if there are any questions that have not been answered, please speak up now, but I'd like to take those together as opposed to going through each one individually. And I know that that a lot of people are interested in the CDBG grants, but we've talked about this at a number of a couple meetings. So unless you have something really, really important or significant to raise at this point, let's just hold them, or let's not raise them and just vote these together. So I move approval of the following: repair of bituminous concrete patches, Cassidy Corporation, in the amount of $198,200. Submittal of a Chapter 90 project reimbursement and final closeout report with the Massachusetts Department of Transportation for the reconstruction of Pearl Street and the reconstruction of Babcock Street. Authorizing the chair or his designee to execute the following fiscal year 21 and federal fiscal year 20. Remember, the federal government's fiscal year starts October 1st. CDBG subrecipient agreements, Council on Aging, Brookline Trips Program for $30,000, Brookline for Racial Justice Connections Program, Civil Service Exams for $10,000, Brookline Center for Community Mental Health Case Management Program, $73,400, Steps to Success, Inc., Work Connections for Youth, $65,463, Brookline Housing Authority, Brookline English ESOL program, it's English as, English program, for $15,000, Brookline Housing Authority Next Steps program for $12,000, Brookline Housing Authority Resident Health and Safety, $343,568, and those are all the CDBG grants. Next, question of approving and authorizing the chair or his designee to execute an amendment to the agreement between the town of Brookline and the Brookline Food Pantry for an increase of $75,000 in fiscal year 21 CDBG funds for the food inventory and delivery program. Brookline Food Pantry inventory and delivery program for $160,663. Brookline Food Pantry, again, CDBG food inventory and delivery program for $75,000, and for a total program amount of $235,663. And finally, authorizing the chair or his designee to execute a fiscal year 21 Home Improvement Partnerships Program, home agreement, or home program agreement between the City of Newton acting as the lead entity for the West Metro Home Consortium and the town of Brookline. So I'm moving that all these items be voted on together. So all in favor, Ms. Heller,
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton,
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez,
Aye.
Mr. Van Scoyac,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. And as I said, we've discussed many of these programs in the past, and I urge you to review the material in the packet if you are not familiar with some of the, especially CDBG program projects. So next, common victualler entertainment license. Question of approving the application of a new common victualler for Soul Society, Inc., doing business as FIYA Chicken at 1024A Commonwealth Avenue. Hours of operation to be Sunday to Saturday, 10 a.m. to 12 a.m. And also question of approving the application of an entertainment license consisting of radio for Soul Society, Inc., doing business as FIYA Chicken at 1024A Commonwealth Avenue. I think I just said entertainment will consist of radio Sunday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 12 a.m. Anyone to present this? Mr. Raymond Lee, I see you're here.
Hi,
Yes.
Can
Tell
you
us
hear me?
about your business. Yes, we can hear you and see you.
hi. Yep. My name is Raymond. I'm opening a Korean fried chicken place, so therefore the name Fire Chicken. I don't know what else to explain with it. It's a double fried chicken. We plan to serve it here in Brookline or on Com Ave.
Sounds delicious.
Sorry, I can't explain it more. I have a lot of pictures, but
No,
Yeah.
I've had that type of chicken before. It is very delicious. So you'll get a few customers out of this board.
awesome.
Let's see. The entertainment license is just a radio, and there's no surrounding residential housing, as I understand. Have you gotten the fire department approval yet?
So I have fire walkthrough, building, and walkthrough at the same time. The only thing I need to complete for them would be to get the tags on my fire extinguisher updated, and my hood cleaned because I just got the space. I have that scheduled for tomorrow, the hood cleaning.
Uh-huh. And I assume that getting the updated labels on the fire extinguishers is
It would
something.
be at the same time tomorrow as well.
Okay. Any questions from the board? No? Okay, I move that we approve both the application of a new common victualler for Soul Society doing business as FIYA Chicken, as well as their entertainment license, conditional on final approval from the fire department once the fire extinguisher labels have been updated and once the hood, which is a cooking hood over this cooking area, has been cleaned.
Clean.
Right. All in favor, Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Vascoya?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you, and good luck. And let me know when you're open. Okay, next. Change in manager and alternate. Question of approving the application for change of manager of record from Arturo Eliscano to Maria L. Lopez Ramos for Cantina Hospitality, doing business as the Taco Bell at 872 Commonwealth Avenue. And question for approving the application for an alternate manager for Jacqueline Boisvert for Cantina Hospitality, also Taco Bell at 872 Commonwealth Avenue. So I see Ms. Boisvert as well as Ms. Lopez are here. You want to say anything?
Oh, hello. Good
Hello.
evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Yes. So we will be opening a Taco Bell Cantina on 872 Commonwealth Ave. Maria is on as well as myself. And we are looking to change over the liquor permit into our name. I come with experience opening a Taco Bell Cantina across the street from Yale University in New Haven, Connecticut, where I have ran that restaurant for 3 years. And Maria Lopez also comes with experience of running a bar restaurant in Florida.
Yeah. Okay. So we're going to ask you a few questions. I didn't realize that Taco Bell's had liquor licenses, but more power to you. However, you're right across the street from BU.
Correct.
And that raises a lot of issues. I take it you've talked to our police department regarding the type of steps you need to take to ensure that there's no underage drinking. And they've also warned you that we do sting operations just to make sure that you're following the rules to the T. Let's see, what else?
Yeah, absolutely. I've been in touch with Officer Murphy, who has plans to meet me on site once we are down there as of October 20th. We have a plan to open November 4th. I can tell you some of the policies that we have in place. All employees hired at the restaurant will be 18 years of age or older. We are requiring that all managers and employees serving or handling alcohol would be required to be certified in safe alcohol serving by ServSafe. We will be requesting an ID for every single drink purchase, no matter appearance. And we will also have ID scanners available at each register, a total of 3 ID scanners, and we will scan every ID. We will be requesting an ID for every single drink purchase, and we will have an employee in our dining room to monitor that patrons are not distributing alcohol to another person in their party. We also will have signs posted in the restaurant stating our policy that all alcoholic beverages must be consumed on the property inside of our dining room. Our cups have a distinguished black marking so our employees can monitor and make sure that nobody leaves with the alcoholic beverages.
So for those employees between the ages of 18 and 21, what type of protections or procedures do you have to ensure that they are not handling alcohol?
So we are only going to have 21-year-olds and up serving the alcohol at our front counter area. And we are going to require that they are certified in the safe alcohol serving as well.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
I had a question. It was not too long ago, in fact, just a matter of weeks, that Mr. Eliscano was before us. And I'm just curious, to be honest with you, what happened to, he was here to represent, himself as the manager of this location. And I'm just curious if there's anything to say about this change.
He was actually promoted, and I was as well. So I will be actually spending more time on site than he will be.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay. I think you got all the approvals. Is that right, Mr. Kleckner?
Yes, I think they only required a police department approval. So you've already approved this license, as Mr. Mesclair mentions a few weeks ago.
Right. Okay, so it's not the license, it's the managers and alternate
It's the change of Ms. Bover and the alternate manager. So is Ms. Ramos here tonight?
Yes.
I think she is the change of manager, whereas Ms. Bover is the for alternate. So I think you ought to probably just if Ms.
Introduce
Lopez
her.
is here, why don't you promote yourself, Ms. Lopez, and just present yourself to the board,
please. I don't see Ms. Lopez in the attendee list. Is she on a phone? Oh, there she is.
Yeah, she's on the screen here.
There she is.
Hello, Ms. Lopez. You're muted. You're
No,
muted.
she's not on mute, but can't hear you.
You're not muted. You might want to push in your headphones or take them out. Sometimes that's an issue. Still can't hear you.
Well, I just, clearly the police department report is satisfactory for both Ms. Lopez and Ms. Bover, but since I saw Ms. Lopez, I thought maybe she'd want to appear.
Okay. Ms. Bover, do you want to say anything about Ms. Lopez?
She's having minor technical difficulties.
Okay.
But she lives in Massachusetts. She will be the general manager of the restaurant. So she will be there a minimum of 50 hours. She comes with experience running other original Taco Bell restaurants. And also she ran a Taco Maker. It was a bar restaurant in Florida.
Great. Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board? If not, I'll move approval of the change of manager. to Ms. Maria L. Lopez Ramos, and alternate manager is Jacqueline Boisvert. All in favor, Ms. Heller,
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton,
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez,
Aye.
Mr. Van Scoyac,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, next is noise bylaw waiver. Is that a hearing, Mr. Kleckner? The Brookline High School noise bylaw?
Yeah, I believe the board has had hearings on this before, and this is, I thought this was more of an update and kind of gradual extension of certain dates, but so I believe we did advertise it. I don't think it's listed technically as a public hearing, but.
Okay, and this is at the request of the board, instead of us approving, I think, 1 or 2 years worth of noise bylaw waivers, we're making you come back on a periodic basis so that people in the neighborhood have an opportunity to let us know if there are any problems. So who's going, I see Mr. Masak is here. Rob Mulligan, you want to tell us about this?
Could I just say something to begin
Sure.
with?
Yes.
So this mainly concerns the several weekends which we have finally negotiated with the T to allow us to get some significant work done on the overbuild, which is the part of high school that crosses over the T. It's been a struggle to get this time. And we have, obviously weekends are better because they give the contractor an extended period of time to get a solid block of work done. The work will consist, and I think Bob Mulligan is here and as well as Ray Masak, and they will tell you the specific work, but we will also be trying to work on the station as well. So it's our hope that with these weekends, we can get the overbuild done and then continue to construct the remainder of the high school. So why don't I ask Ray to jump in here?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Ray Masak, Building Department. As Nancy said, there's 7 diversions. 2 of the 7 weekend diversions. These are typical weekend diversions we've used in the past, and we'll get a lot of work done over these 7 diversions. 2 of the diversions are covered under the present noise waiver bylaw, and 5 we're requesting through the new extension. Also, we've asked for some early access. Early access is work being done between 10 p.m. and 3 a.m. But working with the MBTA, this is highly unlikely. So as Nancy said, we've negotiated 7 diversions, and the work that we're going to get done is extensive. It's fireproofing, again, around the T-tracks. It's masonry work around the T-tracks. It's the curtain wall over the T-tracks. So you'll start seeing the building getting closed. Briefly, regarding the status of the project, the steel's complete. We're pouring decks, and the curtain wall is one of the biggest activities to get the building enclosed for the winter. And that'll be a big part of these 7 diversions.
Okay,
Rob, you want to add anything?
No, I think Ray did a good job. I'm Rob Mulligan, Senior Project Manager on site for Skanska USA Building. As Ray mentioned, the bulk of the structure has been erected at this point, and the decking is in place. Slabs are being placed now, and we'll be focusing for the next 3 or 4 months on the exterior facade to close in the area. So from a noise perspective, we would hope that the heavy infrastructure or superstructure work that can be noisy at times is behind us, and we're focusing on the exterior facade to close the building in.
Okay, any other questions?
All right, excuse me, I had a question, if I may,
Sure.
for whoever wants to take it. I just want to reference that a neighbor of this activity, Matt Udens, and I hope I pronounced his name correctly, Oudens, has sent us some comments that he unfortunately could not deliver in person. So he got them into the question and answer feature of our Zoom call. And he brings up something which I think is worth noting, and that is that the Brington Road neighbors of this construction have been supporters and continue to be supporters of this project in full. At the same time, the town is fortunate that the rest of us have not had to put up with what they've had to put up with. You know, there's been an extraordinary amount of disruption to their street and noise that, you know, I have to say, I don't think it's avoidable. And I don't think it's avoidable that they're going to be doing a lot of work at night. And that work is now going to continue even longer during the night and for a longer period of time than perhaps they had initially anticipated. Mr. Udens raises one particular question that I just wanted to put in front of everyone for an answer. And I'm going to rely on what he says in his comment. The period of the waiver extends 6 months through April. I would also hope that the board would limit the dates of the extension to give the public opportunities along the way to voice concerns based on the impact of the noise waiver. Is it in fact through April, and is it necessary that it be through April?
Well, they'd have to come back at, you know, an earlier date if it wasn't through April. Is that correct?
Okay, I'll answer as best I can. Primarily this noise waiver, and we have a calendar on the noise waiver. So as I said, it's for the 5 additional weekends for the diversion, which is all weekend work, 24/7, starting on Friday, ending on Monday morning. I believe there's only one activity we identified in April. Is that correct, Rob?
That's correct.
So we have no activities between, we lay it out in our calendar what those activities would be.
So
what we've
does not necessarily imply that it's going to be continuous through April.
It's really for these 7 diversions. And if we have other diversions come up, we can always bring that to the board.
The T has been a little bit of a wild card on the early access that Ray was alluding to earlier when like back in June, we got a surge notification that we would have 2 9-day blocks of 24-hour access. And I think our notification was within 2 weeks, you need to be ready to go. So unfortunately, with these manpower and resource support decisions that are made at a higher level, we just need to be prepared and ready to hit the ground running should they give us access. But before I complete here, I just wanted to extend my apologies to the neighbors for the inconvenience or disruption that they've had to encounter to date, because I do understand it. I have my own house and recognize the challenges with doing construction this close to a neighborhood. We've tried to be proactive in good neighbors, going the extra mile from what I've done on other projects and trying to get out and post flyers on windshields that no parking is allowed here, and trying to keep the workers off the streets. So I do appreciate the concerns, and again, I apologize for any inconvenience or disruption that they've had to encounter to date.
Let me just add one other thing, that there, it's very unfortunate, but there has been a huge amount of parking on that street. And it's not so much from BHS. What I discovered when I was there a couple of weeks ago was that it's from neighborhood businesses, Atlantic Heating. It's from the National Grid, who was doing a project. It's for construction and other parts of Brookline. So I think maybe what we need to do is get together with Todd Corain and figure out how we can provide some relief to the neighbors for this. And people are parked on both sides of the street. It's difficult. So I think that and I totally get their complaints. I really do. I think we should make some effort with Todd Corain to figure out some program or something which could alleviate the serious nature of this, park back to back all day, every minute, both sides of the street. And so I think that may be something we should do, but it's not so much the project as these other things that are going on. So maybe we need more police enforcement. We need to have no parking, and maybe we need to encourage, vigorous enforcement.
So
I'm not sure the answer, but I just want to pose the question: what can we do?
I'll just add, to date, we had been coming back in front of the board on 4-month increments. As noted earlier, we did increase it to 6 months, just due to the lack of continuing to come back in front of the board. But there was, other than that, there was no specific reason, other than having a block of time that was sufficient to allow us to get going and hit the ground running on short notice from the T. Should they provide the support in order to proceed with the following on activities.
Okay, any other questions, or this is not a public hearing, so. I move approval then of the noise bylaw waiver request for the Brookline High School expansion project to extend from October 22nd through 2020 through April 22nd, 2021. All in favor, Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Van Scoyac?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Gateway East update and noise control bylaw exemption. And this is a public hearing. I see Ms. Galantine, or she was here. Oh, yep, she's here. And Ray Masak's still here, Rob Mulligan. Okay, who's gonna start us off with this?
Good evening. Erin Galantine, Commissioner of Parks and Open Space, Commissioner of Public Works. Sorry, I'm looking to share my screen here. Okay, can you all see that?
Yes.
All right, wonderful. I'm here before the select board this evening to support a permit exemption request from the noise control bylaw submitted by MDR Construction Company related to final paving and pavement markings associated with the Gateway East project. But I also thought this was an opportunity to provide a high-level overview of this critical project, what has been completed, and what remains in the schedule looking forward. I'm joined tonight by William Smith, Town of Brookline project engineer, Lee Schneider, who's a project manager with MDR Construction, and Chuck Levy, a Mass DOT area engineer from District 6 construction. So the Gateway East project is a multimodal transportation infrastructure project designed to improve pedestrian, cyclist, and public transit access and improve livability of Brookline Village, while recognizing that over 40,000 motorist vehicles travel through this section of town daily. It's funded through the Federal Transportation Improvement Project, otherwise known as TIP funds, allocated by the Boston Region Metropolitan Planning Organization and managed by the Massachusetts Department of Transportation, District 6, in conjunction with staff from the Engineering Division and Planning Department. I'd like to recognize William Smith and Robert Kafalis, who are Town of Brookline engineers who are managing this project on the behalf of the town, and Joe Viola, Assistant Director from Planning and Community Development, who is critical in all phases of this project leading up to construction. So the Gateway East Public Realm planning process envisioned a project that would knit together a neighborhood or part of town that was separated by 80 feet, that's 7, in some cases 8, lanes of traffic, and make the corridor more accessible and safe for pedestrians and cyclists. It also was envisioned as a foundational project to encourage future improvements along the Route 9 corridor. The project demolished the pedestrian footbridge and replaced it with a safe at-grade pedestrian actuated crossing and enhanced at-grade crossings in other locations through the corridor. It provides protected bike lanes, thereby separating bicyclists, pedestrians, and motorists as much as possible, and connects to the bike ped path at the Emerald Necklace, providing a regional mobility connection. It replaces and upgrades existing signal equipment, which will provide better coordination and ensure that vehicles, bicyclists, and pedestrians can move more efficiently and safely in the corridor. And the project improves accessibility and also provides both hardscape and landscape improvements that complement the landscaping associated with new commercial development in the area. The intent is to create a coordinated design palette in the corridor. Planning for this project began in 2006. Design started in earnest with VHB in 2008. Construction began July 2019, and we are now nearing the end of substantial construction. This is a complex project in a very busy section of the corridor. It has been incredibly disruptive to the neighborhood, to commuters. We are eager to complete substantial construction as quickly as possible and get back to normal operations in the area. So on to construction. The noise bylaw waiver is being requested by MDR Construction to allow 3 evenings of paving and 5 evenings of striping. Striping is always completed overnight. The contractor has requested a 3-week window, which will allow some flexibility in terms of weather, preparations, coordination of equipment. And we think this waiver is important in order to, 1, minimize disruption along the corridor. Traffic will be significantly impacted if this activity happens during commute hours. 2, improve quality of the application. And 3, complete this phase of the work this construction season. What you'll see in the spring will be completion of all landscape elements, including 66 new trees, a pocket park, shrubs, grasses. We'll complete inspection of all signage and street lighting elements and look for a full punch list and closeout in 2021. But we think it's really important to get the roadway component of this project completed within the next few weeks. This was an opportunity for us not only to notify abutters that we were making this request this evening or supporting this request, but we provided a detailed update to all the abutters on the status of the project, where we are now and what they can expect of finishing up this construction season and looking into 21. And what you see in front of you is the area of the project that would be paved. It's the entire project area in the area that would be paved during this the next 3 weeks. So with that, I guess we'll see if there are any questions, and I think that Bill and the rest of our team are available as well. At least I see Leah is here and Leah is with MDR Construction.
Okay, I guess I can start off by saying that what's out there now is a total mess, a total disaster area. I'm glad that there is light at the end of this tunnel, and that the light looks like a very nice development. A lot of green space, much safer crossings, much smoother flowing traffic. So I'm looking forward to when this is finished. Any questions from the select board before we go into public hearing?
Just one question here. I hope I'm not jumping the line. I think the thing that concerns people the most about being in the area, living through a construction project is, will it really be done when it's done? So to the extent that you can offer this reassurance, can you offer the reassurance that when this is done, it'll be done, and we won't be back, months and months and months from now because this phase or that phase wasn't completed?
And isn't the question, will the road work be done simultaneous with the construction that's also going on around that area?
Yeah.
So the road work is all being coordinated with the construction that's going on in that area, and the sidewalk grades, et cetera. It's actually added a sort of significant complexity to the project in terms of matching grades while both projects are in construction. I mean, I will say that this project, as it's been conceived, has a sort of a start, a middle, and an end. I don't know what is yet to come down the road. We are looking to complete this and complete it efficiently at this point in time. I think you can see that the project is really starting to take shape. So I have no intent of being back in this area. We finished the Route 9 bike ped crossing. We're now kind of connecting this piece to that significant construction effort. But I think I'd be remiss in saying that I have a crystal ball to know what's down the road.
Not what's down the road, but what's, are you coordinated with for example, the hotel construction, as well as the construction across the street at the medical buildings, which I think are pretty much done, but
they are nearing
completion.
Yes, they're nearing completion as well. But this sort of 3-week window for paving, we're speaking to sort of our schedule and our schedule alone. And
no, we're raising separate questions to be sure. But any other questions from this board before we open the public hearing? Okay, this is a public hearing. We'll open the public hearing for public comment. Mr. Casanova Davis, is there anyone looking to speak?
Bernard, I don't see anyone with their hands up in the attendees list, and no one has reached out to me to speak.
Okay, any further questions from the board? Anything to add, Ms. Galantine?
No, just that this has been a tremendous effort and really a multi-department effort. And I think that the town will be really proud of this project once it's kind of complete. And it will totally transform this part of town and really connect two sides of town that were otherwise bisected by what felt like a highway.
Yeah.
I would just mention, I see a note in the in the chat that asks when trees would be planted and other planting.
All of the landscaping is scheduled for spring 21, and so the trees will be planted in the spring.
And how fast do they grow? I mean, they're not. I mean,
they'll be a good size going in, but generally, I would say, it takes a good 5 to 7 years to really start to feel like you're filling in and gaining some real stature. As
I guess my question really was: are you planting fast-growing trees sort of junk trees that many contractors use to make new
Not junk
construction.
trees, but we
Okay,
do
good.
have, actually, Mr. Madison was part of the team selecting appropriate trees for the corridor. So we will have trees that we think will thrive in this environment.
And long lasting or long
And
living.
long
Yeah.
lasting. Right?
Not a mimosa tree like I had to cut down once in my yard.
So, and
Anyway.
Mr. Smith, I just wanted to ask if there's anything that I overlooked or that you'd like to add. He's having a problem with his mute button.
No, there's nothing. Aaron, I think you've captured everything. And I do think that completing the paving at night, as well as the pavement markings, will yield a much better product and will not disrupt traffic, will not disrupt public safety, police, fire, and ambulatory services, which rely on this corridor for access to the Longwood medical area. And we really will not disrupt nor have to work around the two very active construction projects, that at 20 Boylston and Hotel 700 at Brookline Avenue.
Good. Okay.
Thank you.
Justin, is there anyone else waiting to make public comment?
There are no other comments in the chat, none in the Q&A.
Okay, so I'll close the hearing at this point. Any further discussion from the board? Hearing none, I move approval of was someone saying something? Okay, I move approval of special permit for exemption from the noise control bylaw to MDR Construction Company under contract with Mass DOT during the hours of 7 p.m. and 5 a.m., weeknights only, Monday through Friday, between the dates of October 12 and November 2, 2020. I think that's really all I need to say. All in favor, Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton? I think we lost her. Okay, Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Vanskoyak?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton, are you still here?
Bernard, she stepped away for a second.
Okay, well, we have chair votes aye, so we have 4-0-1. that passes. Okay, next, boards and commissions interviews. Housing Advisory Board, Ms. Rita McNally.
Well, Rita's joining us via phone. Rita,
Okay.
You can unmute yourself.
Hello.
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 So tell us something about yourself and why you want to continue on the Housing Advisory Board.
Thank you. My name is Rita McNally, and I'm a member of the Housing Advisory Board, and I'm seeking renewal of my membership. I'm also a board member of BIC and a member of the CDBG committee dealing with housing and other financial kinds of, I call them transfers, agreements. And why do I want to renew myself? Because I think that there's going to be a serious look finally at the housing planning document that was put in 2017, the housing production, and I think people are ready for it. We've crossed the 10% mark with the 40Bs that seem to have terrorized so many of our communities, and I think we're ready to start talking about issues like expanding diversity, helping the senior population, some of the older folks that are in larger homes and they'd like to downsize, but there's no place to go to downsize in Brookline at the present time. It's overcrowded and very expensive. So we have different initiatives, and I think that the plans that are progressed with to enable diversity and to look at neighborhoods and how to keep their integrity and stability at the same time bringing in affordable housing. That's the way I feel about it. And I think that we are ready to discuss that and to work on it. I also see a closer membership with the other housing advisory board, as well as talking amongst members with BIC and with other parts of the community on housing issues. We are now having public forums, so that brings in the community information. So we're actually talking to people and finding out what they feel, what they need. Am I on?
You're on, yes.
Okay. Do you want to ask me some questions?
I see Mr. Fernandez has his hand up. I have, well, you go ahead.
All right, I'll go ahead. We were just listening intently to what you were saying, Rita. So, I see on the list of members, you're listed for the HAB. You're listed as the tenant representative. I'm wondering how you see that role, and in your time on the board, what contributions you feel you've made in that role.
Well, I see myself in the time I've been on as very isolated in that topic. We have begun over the last 2 years now working more closely with the Brookline Housing Authority. So we have more input there, and we listen more to what their needs are. And I feel that although I have personal contact with the members of the housing board and the people who live in the various developments, we need more people. We need to expand the Housing Advisory Board. We need a couple more people that represent the people who actually live in these communities, to listen to what their needs are, what their comforts and discomforts are. There's a lot of construction, as you all know, going on, 51 Park. There's also the Colonel Floyd. There's a lot of confusion, a lot of noise, and people are a little bit nervous. They don't know what's really coming and what it's going to mean for them and their living situation as things change. So I think we need a little more, and what my contributions are, I listen, I move amongst the groups that are in various developments and housing situations, whether it's senior citizens, and that's what my contribution is, listening and learning and trying to find out what other communities are doing, why other communities can have mixed income housing projects within their town that are respected. And I know we're really land bound here, but we've got to find some way to increase our affordable housing. And by affordable, we come in a large income community in Norfolk County, and where you're looking at for a family of 4 or 3, it's $65,000, $70,000, which isn't really low in many people's minds. So we've got to learn how to gather what we can and build where we can. And I think that means, since we don't have anything else, we may have to go up, move up. I mean, I think Heather has done a good job with the Station Street project, and Henry's idea of building over a parking lot, I think, was great, because when you look at Brookline, where else are we going to build?
Thanks, Rita. Appreciate you.
Okay.
Did I say anything you needed to hear?
You said a lot I needed to hear. Thanks.
Yeah, you also answered my question. So any other questions from the board?
I just wanted to say hi, Rita. It's John Van Scoik. How are you?
I'm good. I'm waving to you, John. Can you see me through the television?
I'm waving to you. If you don't mind, I want to thank you because, serving on the Housing Advisory Board is just one of the things you've done over the years in Brookline. Do you want to tell us, just for the folks at home who maybe don't know about this, how many years you've been doing activity like this for the town of Brookline?
I arrived in Brookline in 1958, and I started working down by the Brook House, where 22 High Street is, and the Brook House and 22 High Street were being part of the Brookline Redevelopment Authority. That was part of the farm down there, where they had outhouses, really what it was. They called it the farm. And I started working there because the Brook House was going to put in a swimming pool. So they dug the big hole, but they didn't have anything for the people at 22 High Street. So we did like a lie-in. There was no water in it, but we made it a little uncomfortable for a while for them. So that's when I really started. And then neighborhood design. I lived in a house on 224 Aspinwall Avenue, and a big old Victorian house because nobody wanted them at that time. So we lived in Precinct 3, and it was a great place because it was one of the few integrated communities in this town. Everybody had their niche. Precinct 4 was town workers, policemen, workers for the town. And Precinct 3, we had artists and poets and professors and Jewish and Christians together. And Precinct 8 was the Jewish area. I mean, we were so boxed in to the way we were raised, et cetera, that people weren't, at that time, I think you were a reporter with the Citizen, and you know how complicated that was. And I see Bernard looking at a watch or something. He's going to pull the plug at any minute.
I'm taking notes.
But we've gotten
Rita.
through a lot. Listen, we got through a lot of biases, and it was against the Jewish people when I moved here because they weren't permitted to run for office until Sumner Kaplan came and broke that hold.
Rita, I just wanted people who are watching and listening who don't know you to know that you are a Brookline treasure, and I think you just proved it. And Bernard is looking at this and saying, "Oh my gosh, how do I stop them?" So I think we.
I'm feverishly taking notes on what Rita's telling us. This is important.
We can get through everything. We really can. This is the first series of time where we're asking and really saying the word race and meaning it, and we can work it out. I don't want any of you guys giving up on each other. You work very hard. Don't turn on each other. We'll just keep strong and we'll keep moving along. I know it can change because I've seen it change over and over and over again. We just have to make room for other people. We really do, and we can do it. Other countries have done it. The Netherlands have fabulous programs of mixed housing and all of that that we haven't even imagined in this community. Sorry, I took your word away from you for a minute.
Okay.
All right. I just want to say thank you for your many years of wonderful service in Brookline. And I've had the privilege of working with you on a number of things, and I've always appreciated your dedication and your honesty and your, very looking at things. So thank you.
And just two things, and I'm finished until you ask me another question. We need housing to protect women and children, safe houses, and we need a safe house for the teenagers. When the court has a family situation where the teenagers need protection and they need to be removed from the situation, the judges are telling me they have no place to place them. You don't want to be putting people into the places in town because it's not good for the children, and you don't want teenage kids walking the streets. So we have to think about that. Let's put that in our housing plan too. Just a house, just for the women that are trying to escape with their children, that they have a place to breathe, because usually they try to leave at night. It's just a place. We just have to figure out where to put it.
Right.
Don't sell those houses on Oak Street. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Okay. Come up with a plan. Come up with a plan and we'll consider it. Okay, any other questions?
No,
Okay,
I don't have any questions. Just keep on working. You guys
Okay.
do it good.
Thank you, Rita.
Bye.
Thank you, Rita.
Bye.
Good night.
Yeah, we'll be making appointments to the HAB at a later meeting.
That's okay, because I go to the meetings anyhow. It really doesn't matter. I just don't have a vote. Okay. Good night.
Okay. So let's see, next, Economic Development Advisory Board. And Cliff Brown. I see Mr. Brown is here.
Hello, everybody.
So tell me why you want to be reappointed to EDAB, and what value you given to that committee? I say that facetiously because I know the value that you give to a lot of.
Well, it's interesting when the notice came around that I was up for reappointment, and it's there's a form that says, well, what have you done? I scratched my head because I was thinking about that, and it's really hard sometimes to recall what it is you've done in the past year or the past several years since you've been reappointed. EDAB's a very interesting group of people. As you know, it has no authority. It's just an advisory organization advising the select board. And the folks on it, it's a very technical board. Architects, lawyers, planners, and I'm kind of the I won't say the only, but primarily a finance person, and one of the few on EDAB, maybe the one with the most finance experience. I'm not quite sure about that. So, that is actually a technical aspect of my background that I bring to the group, and help them with perspectives and understand how to evaluate certain things that I think that they might not otherwise be able to do. I think over the years, I've provided some good strategic advice to staff as well as to the board, whether it be as the overall framework for EDAB/economic development. As Kara every several years has to put together a 5-year plan, and understanding and helping to develop that is something that I enjoy doing. It's something that I encouraged her to do when she first joined the town. I had lunch with her, and my question to her. I said, "So where do you want to be in 5 years?" And she hadn't really thought about it because she's brand new. And I said, "Well, you should develop a plan, because if you don't have a plan, then any road will take you there." And it was actually after that EDAB put together, Kara put together, along with EDAB's help, a 5-year plan, and that we worked on that. She tried to follow it and revised it and updated it over time, which is, I think, what any good planning organization needs to do. There are, as you know, I'm on the advisory committee. So I'm a liaison between EDAB and the advisory committee. And that is very helpful for both committees because, EDAB does look at certain articles, but they don't necessarily have all the broad information that I think is useful when you're evaluating some of the articles that they're looking at, to make sure that people don't look at things just in a overly narrow perspective. And it goes vice versa. The folks in advisory often want to know what it is that EDAB's thinking about with respect to certain articles. So I think that's that's a positive role. In terms of why I want to do it again, there are a number of things that Rita mentioned that actually EDAB is thinking about. Upzoning in particular, I'm sure everyone appreciates that that's something that EDAB, Paul, and others have been thinking about for a long time. It's clearly in the warrant this time around. It's probably not going to disappear. And as the town wrestles with that and moves forward potentially with changes to zoning, and if those changes occur in our commercial districts along transportation corridors, there needs to be a recognition that there will be an impact on businesses, retail, and that the town needs to be thinking about things in a way that does not diminish the economic vitality as we, try to grow our housing stock, whether that be micro units, affordable, senior market. It all is going to come to bear. But if that development happens along our transit corridors, then it's also going to impact the local businesses, and that's something that EDAB has a significant interest in. You know, I'm not a developer. I'm not a lawyer. I haven't really sat on any individual building project study committees like some of our superb talent has. Yet, I think that I add a lot of value with respect to the things that I've just discussed.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Any questions from the select board? Raul?
Cliff, this is an easy one for me. I see you certainly as a high performer with the opportunity to contribute more in a new term. So maybe let's just use this time to help me out.
Sure.
We've got, I think, 6 members up for reappointment right now. And one of the things I'm thinking about is what are the perspectives, experiences, or skill sets that when you look around the board, you see either that are missing or that are underrepresented that you'd like to see more of on EDAB as we think about other appointments?
That's a great question. I'm probably going to end up thinking on my feet because I can't say I've given a lot of thought to that. I do know that there are 6 people up, but part of that is the reason that that's happening, I think, is because it's been a while since the EDAB folks have actually been able to come in front of you, I think. So I think I don't know exactly who is up. I know that there are some people, one in particular, Don Warner, I think, who is stepping off. Don is an architect. We have a few architects. Let me take a step back. I don't want to talk about individuals. That doesn't make sense.
Right.
I think when you're looking at that group generally, I'm going to repeat what I said before. We've got architects, we've got lawyers, primarily folks who have, I would say, real estate oriented background. We have city planners. We have developers, and we have some finance. And I think that as it relates to economic development, we don't have anyone who is a business owner. We do have someone who generally interacts with the chamber, in that, I suppose having someone from the chamber on EDAB might be interesting if they're able to have a broad enough view of the town. Okay, I think that would really be the question. Beyond those broad skill sets, I'm struggling to think of a technical addition that I would want to see.
Okay, that's good.
Okay.
Thanks, Cliff. We can talk
Sure.
more offline.
Yeah,
Any other
please. Yeah.
questions?
Yeah, thanks.
Come on.
Okay, you
All
asked
right.
for it.
Please.
And especially up in your neighborhood, there's a lot of talk about neighborhood character and maintaining character and historical significance, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Is there? Okay. Go ahead. Ask the question. I'm gonna like this question.
So I want to sort of feel you out in terms of your understanding or views on the tension between that and affordable housing and well, just affordable housing.
Sure. Yeah.
All along the income stream.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
I said it's interesting because I personally have not heard that. So one of the other things, I'm also on the board of the Fisher Hill Association. Okay, and several years ago, there was a change in the bylaws to the Fisher Hill Association as a result of some conversations or actions or statements that were made as related to the Runkle renovation. Must have been 10 years ago. And, the Fisher Hill board used to be a very activist board. And because of the changes in those bylaws, the Fisher Hill board can no longer come to the select board and say, this is what the 450 families who live in Fisher Hill think. So you don't have a group of 10 people or 20 people, as it might be, having that authority. We, to the extent that there was any major zoning change or any major project that was going to impact the neighborhood, there has to be a meeting of the association, and there has to be a minimum number of dues-paying members present, and things have to be put to a vote, which is a very different prospect, I think, than historically. When we first moved here, there was a movement to have the Fisher Hill area designated a local historic district. And it was something that was very contentious. And because there wasn't somewhere around 90% of the households in favor of that, I think it was probably only about a 50-50 proposition, town meeting basically said, we're not going to do this. And that conversation has never really come back. When the town bought the reservoir from the state, and the town did two projects. It did, the Fisher Hill Park, which everyone knows about, and then it did actually did first the development across the street, which was affordable housing units and single-family homes. And that was on the old reservoir site that the town had, not the state one. And, like most projects, those things took time, but it was a project that, had the support of the neighborhood and had the support of the Fisher Hill board. They worked hard to get it how they felt it should be to, fit in, quote unquote, the neighborhood. At our Fisher Hill Association annual meeting in the spring, obviously the issue of buying Newbury came up, and it was, put to a vote to see what kind of support there would be amongst the neighbors in the neighborhood for that. And it, by a 75 to 25% odd vote, it was, uniformly thought of as a good idea to both buy the property that's for sale, as well as to have the Newbury project, the well tower project construction. Okay. And in those conversations, I'm sorry, Bernard, I'm getting to your point. In those conversations, affordable housing was probably at the top of the list. And I think that, I can't speak for the neighborhood, but relative to possibly having a school up there, I think a lot of people would probably prefer housing and affordable housing. I haven't heard people in the neighborhood having that perspective. Yeah.
Yeah, I apologize for mentioning Fisher Hill, but
that's okay. No, but I mean,
I got it.
Yeah, sorry.
Right.
Long-winded answer.
Yeah.
Well,
okay.
Now that you mentioned Fisher Hill, I would like to thank Cliff. You and I, Cliff, have not had, despite our many years in Brookline at the same time, not had that much opportunity to work on projects together. And you offered a very, very valuable advice and strategic ideas to the Newbury negotiating team, particularly Paul and Neil. And I want to thank you for that, and also thank you for your very steady and thoughtful approach to the purchase of the Newbury property of the west side, which where we'll have on the ballot on November 3rd. So I think I know that on EDAB you have worked well with others, and that it's a group that generally seems to work well together, which to get things done. And as a member of that team, I believe that EDAB has accomplished a lot. So I want to thank you on all those fronts. and we'll keep moving ahead.
Thank you. We've got to sort of say, we have a great leader in Paul. The town is really fortunate to have him. And I think, we all follow his lead. So
Great.
thank you. Thank you, Nancy. Yeah.
Okay. So as you know, we'll be making appointments to EDAB and other committees at a later meeting. But I thank you for coming before us.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to be back soon to talk about an article, but I'll see you a little bit later. Thank you.
See you then. Okay.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay, next, outdoor seating extension. Staff update on the status of the town's outdoor seating program. Mr. Kleckner, what's going on here?
Sure. We want to present some information. I know that there's a lot of concern out there amongst the restaurant community, and legitimately so. And we've listened a lot over the last few days. We really want to be at the forefront of trying to help our restaurant owners. On the other hand, we do have some concerns. This COVID issue brings up a lot of new issues, and we are concerned. But I think what you'll hear tonight, I'm going to ask Meredith Mooney to speak for the group initially, and then we have questions. I think you'll find that we're coming a long way from where we were in the preliminary memo that was sent to you. But why don't I just let Meredith respond to that, and then, of course, we want to hear from our restaurant owners as well.
Yeah, let me say that there are a number of people, I think, restaurant owners and others, who do want to speak. And we ask them not to speak at public comment, but during this discussion. So after we hear from Meredith and others, we'll open up the floor to them. Meredith.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hello, I'm Meredith Mooney, Economic Development Planner. I am presenting the proposed outdoor seating extension plan on behalf of several departments, including DPW, Fire, Building, the Licensing Office, Public Health, Town Council, and the Economic Development Division. I'm going to share my screen. Justin, may I have permission to share my screen, please?
You have permission.
Thank you.
To be all set.
All right. Start from the beginning. Okay. So it's been several months since we've been before the select board to talk about the outdoor seating program. So I just wanted to start by giving a quick update on the status of that program. Prior to COVID, the town had 38 restaurants with approved outdoor seating. We now have 30 additional restaurants that have COVID era temporary outdoor seating approval. So that brings us to about a total of 68 restaurants with outdoor seating. So hat tip to the Brookline Chamber of Commerce for this photo collage. It's a little blurry, but I think it represents the outdoor seating scene in Brookline well. Over the summer, the Brookline Chamber hosted a competition for outdoor seating. They encouraged people to vote for their favorite outdoor seating spots and promoted the competition by taking pictures of outdoor seating that was available across town. So with the exception of a handful of ADA accessibility related issues, by and large, feedback on the program has been very positive. I staff the Small Business Development Committee, which is chaired by Select Board Member Fernandez, and the past several Small Business Development Committee meetings, the discussion has focused around how do we retain this COVID era outdoor seating in our commercial areas, because it has brought so much vibrancy and is valued by the broader community. So that's a conversation for another day. But I did just want to make the Select Board aware of the fact that these conversations and this planning is already happening. To give you a sense of where outdoor seating is concentrated, majority of outdoor seating is in Coolidge Corner, which is our largest commercial area. Interestingly, Washington Square is the next highest concentration. Washington Square is our third largest commercial area, but is significantly smaller than Coolidge Corner and Brookline Village, but it has the highest concentration of restaurants. Washington Square is followed by Brookline Village, St. Mary's, JFK Crossing, and a handful over at Com Ave. So it's been several months since we've talked about outdoor seating with the select board. A lot has happened since then, so I just wanted to orient everyone and refer to a timeline. So June 8th was the earliest date that outdoor seating was allowed according to the state's reopening plan. June 11th was when the select board approved our local expanded outdoor seating program through COVID-19 Order 35, which made it possible for restaurants to do a very quick extension of premises to allow for additional or new outdoor seating. And that Order 35, the original expiration date was set for November 1st. So as you might know, last month, the governor announced that cities and towns now have the ability to extend their temporary outdoor seating programs to 60 days past the end of the state of emergency. Who knows when the state of emergency will be over, but I think it's safe to assume that cities and towns in Massachusetts have the ability to extend these temporary outdoor seating programs for the foreseeable future. So you should have received 3 documents in preparation for tonight's meeting regarding outdoor seating. One was the memo, which included the draft guidelines for the extended outdoor seating. And the second was an amended approval procedure for outdoor seating. So in that amended approval document or procedure document, what we're proposing is that the select board approve the full extent of COVID-19 Order 50, which would allow, so the town's official policy would be to extend its temporary outdoor seating program until 60 days past the end of the state of emergency. But we are proposing that we create an on-off switch for the outdoor seating program, which could be managed at the administrative level. So we're recommending that the select board authorize the town administrator or his designee, most likely the DPW commissioner, to make the determination about when it is safe for outdoor seating to be on our streets. So right now, our proposal, thinking about outdoor seating through the end of the year, is that the extended outdoor seating program would end as of December 7th. DPW thought long and hard about this proposed extension date and really just felt that given the uncertainty about weather conditions and where we'll be several weeks from now, knowing what New England winters are like, they just didn't feel comfortable recommending extending it past December 7th at this time. So,
okay, you're asking us to approve or authorize the town administrator to make the determination as to when it will be permitted. That's not in the agenda, though. So
I think
in addition to the agenda.
I think the second half of the agenda item is presentation from staff, and then the second half is a potential vote on approving the amended procedure document.
Okay, so is that what you're asking us to approve, or is this something new?
Yeah, that's the proposal.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. So as I mentioned earlier, the last time we were discussing outdoor seating was June. It was the beginning of summer. In thinking about, in revisiting this topic in fall, and thinking about extending our outdoor seating until into the winter months, there is a whole new set of considerations related to cold weather outdoor seating elements. Couple of key considerations and things to be aware of. Ordinarily, the town's outdoor seating program ends on October 15th. So this is our first time managing outdoor seating in the cold weather with a potential of snowy weather, ice, high winds. And then this is also the first time we're managing an outdoor seating program of this size. Our outdoor seating has essentially doubled over the past several months. And a lot of that outdoor seating is located in the public way, on sidewalks and in parking spaces, which is a new thing for the town. So, you know, the combination of those factors, discussions about safety were obviously something that were considered when we were standing up this program back in June. But I think the safety issues and considerations related to inclement weather and having people having outdoor dining in the public way was definitely a more serious consideration this time around, particularly when we're thinking about tents and heaters. So I'd like to give a little bit of context and background, but not to bury the lead. The guidelines that you had received for this meeting have been revised, and specifically the policy about the proposed policy about outdoor heaters have been changed. So last Thursday, at a virtual town hall meeting with the business community, we previewed these proposed outdoor seating extension guidelines to the business community and to restaurants. And we're able to get a lot of really helpful feedback from businesses and community members, which we considered very seriously. and have revised the guidelines regarding outdoor heating elements to be electric heaters will be allowed on a case-by-case basis. Propane heaters will require a permit through fire department. There's a new pilot program for the use and storage of propane outdoor patio heaters, and all permit fees for this pilot program will be waived. Tents and canopies need to be properly secured. Anything over 120 square feet will require a building permit. No tents and canopies on the sidewalk. All tents and canopies must be weighted down with a minimum of 40 pounds and removed along with any other like vulnerable outdoor seating elements in the event of high winds, ice, or snow. And per public health requirements, no more than 2 walls of a tent or canopy can be down at one time. So we're providing these photos not to call out any particular restaurants or to scold anyone, but really just to provide a very recent example of the types of events and issues we're trying to avoid with these updated policies. If you remember last week, we had some high winds and rain. We had sent out a notification to our restaurants with every communication channel available to us. And yet some outdoor seating areas were not properly secured. And that is what these photos are from the aftermath the next day. This is another photo, and we have one additional photo. So you can see that just given that high wind weather event, what our concerns about safety are rooted in. Another consideration or requirement for restaurants is adequate maintenance of the public way, specifically thinking about snow and snow removal. Sidewalks must be kept free and clear to ensure pedestrian safety and ADA accessibility. Restaurants must provide a reliable email contact that we can notify when with snow removal notifications, and we're advising all restaurants to develop a snow removal plan. If they're able, ideally they'll work with a contractor to develop a snow removal plan to make sure that they're in compliance with the town's snow removal bylaw, which all restaurants will be receiving a copy of with their materials for the outdoor seating extension. And just a couple more slides. Compliance with semi-permanent outdoor seating structures. So any protective or buffer barriers have to meet this following set of criteria. They have to be movable, no more than 5 feet in height, enclose no more than 3 sides of the outdoor seating area, and be open and unobstructed to the sidewalk. These semi-permanent structures are not allowed to have roofs or walls within them either. And then finally, we are requiring that restaurants provide updated documentation. We want to make sure that they have an updated certificate of liability that covers them through the outdoor seating extension period. If they had to provide a letter from either a neighboring business or property owner giving permission to have their outdoor seating in front of their storefront, we just need an updated letter that acknowledges the extension. And then a temporary license agreement will also have to be provided. Just going back, one point I forgot to make earlier regarding the security or safety concerns that you see with the tents. They're, with the feedback from the business community, weighing that against the very legitimate concerns we had about outdoor heating in cold weather. The propane tank policy, it is a pilot program. It is set to expire once the 2020 outdoor seating season ends. And it is the intention of town staff to work on developing a more robust program for future outdoor seating that will address the safety concerns that informed that initial policy proposal, which was not going to allow propane heaters or electric heaters on the public way. And that is all. So, and here to help field questions, we have several different departments.
Okay, any questions from the board?
I have a question
Okay, Nick.
about the. So I'm concerned about the climate impact of the propane in the heaters. And then I heard you just mention that there are such things as electric heaters. Is that the case?
Yes.
So that those could be a substitute for the propane?
Yes. it is the feedback that we have received from restaurants that have started to do some of the back of the envelope estimates about electric heaters is that running electric heaters in a safe way will probably be very cost prohibitive. So I think it is unlikely that we will see a lot of restaurants using electric heaters, but we wanted to leave the possibility open for those of them that wanted to go that route.
Okay, well, that's disappointing to hear, obviously, because electricity, especially if your source is 100% renewable, which we can get here in Brookline, is a much more climate-friendly way to take care of the energy needs we have. So I would, continue to look for electric heaters that are not as prohibitive, not as costly. I don't know whether you look to other states. I know that in other states where California, I know, has many restaurants with electric heaters, outdoor heaters. So I'm wondering whether they're able to tap into that kind of knowledge. I hate to see us go backwards in terms of the climate. I know this is a difficult economic time for restaurants, and I don't, I'm not interested in trying to burden them, but at the same time, it's also a very difficult time for us. And going forward, we know that by 2030, we've really got to make some significant changes. So I'm hoping that this is one of the places we could do that.
Absolutely, that's a very good point. And just given the fact that November 1st is coming up, I don't know to what extent we might be able to explore some greener heating elements for this season, but I think we are looking to expand the outdoor seating program and can take that into consideration going forward. Absolutely.
Any other questions? Heather? Oh, I'm sorry. It looked like you were reaching for John.
First of all, I wanted to say thank you very much, Meredith, and also others from town hall departments that have been very responsive, in just the last few days to what is a problem that is not easily solved, but it's one that's of extreme importance to the restaurant community in Brookline, and they are, I think, perhaps encouraged that that they're being heard. And that doesn't mean that the solutions are going to come easily, but it's important that they know that they're being heard. In that regard, as far as I know, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, there remains the question of whether Brookline's regulations are going to be more or less the same as in Cambridge, as in Boston, just to take two examples. And where the question is one of, will a heater be allowed on one of the paved areas where there is restaurant seating? In other words, if there's restaurant seating that used to be where there's formerly was parking in the street, will there be the propane heaters allowed in those areas? And will there be propane heaters allowed on sidewalks, or will it be confined only to private property? So, to put it in the original form of the question, are other communities doing more than Brookline is proposing to do?
I can take a stab at this, but Deputy Chief Randolph can certainly jump in if I'm omitting anything. My understanding is that the propane patio pilot program draws heavily upon Cambridge's program. And so I think fire is open to the possibility, fire and DPW are open to the possibility of having these propane heaters on the sidewalk and in parking spaces if they meet other safety requirements. But I think we have stepped away from the policy of just not allowing them in the parking spaces or sidewalk in general.
Great.
Yeah, so just Todd Corain, Transportation Administrator, just to go a little deeper into this. So when you look at what is being done in other communities with respect to protections around the outdoor seating areas, Boston, Cambridge, Salem, Newton have been using concrete Jersey barriers to provide, and Cambridge has a minimum of a concrete curb stop, if not a Jersey barrier, within their guidelines, so that, you know, if a car is to approach that area, there is a firm impact that prevents the car from entering the area, or makes it less likely to enter that area. Brookline, as you know, we were trying to be very responsive to the quick build idea to try to support the business as best as possible. We did not allow previously outdoor dining in the parking area, so this is a first for us. So a lot of the you know, parklets that you see out there do not have this type of hard protection. So our initial conversations were to not allow heaters at all. We doubled back and discussed this with fire and public health and building. And we looked at, you know, the needs of the business. And that's when we started looking at the possibility of electric heaters to provide that, that method for businesses to extend their season, to utilize electric heaters that did not provide the same public safety risk that propane heaters does. And when we go forward, as Meredith said, the Small Business Committee, as well as I know the Pedestrian Advisory Committee, the Transportation Board are all talking about trying to make this program permanent in the future. We will be working this winter, DPW, building, public health, fire, police, to develop better design guidelines that other communities have with respect to how these outdoor seating areas are built, constructed, more sturdy, so that when we get into better weather in the future, we can hit the ground running and be a lot more adaptive and allow more access to such things as propane heaters that Cambridge uses.
Thank you.
I'll just jump in briefly to just say thank you all for working on this. I know it's something that the members of the business community, especially restaurants, you know, really not just wanted, but feel like they need to be able to stay open for those business owners, but also for the many employees that work for them. And just appreciate all the work you've done to balance issues of safety and also access as well as part of this too. And thanks to Chief Sullivan, who I talked to a couple times over the last couple days about this, and who isn't with us tonight because he's receiving an award for his good work. And so just, you know, thanks to all the town staff. We'll do what we do with pilots, which is learn from it. We've got a natural break when the cold weather, the coldest weather comes, when no one's sitting out there. I don't care what kind of heating element you have. That'll give us an opportunity to you know, refocus and really figure out you know, how we want to codify this for the spring, so that we can do this again when the weather allows for it. But just thanks to everybody involved in this.
Okay, do we need to hear from the fire department? You know, what are the issues that you know, we should be aware of from your standpoint? Is that
good evening? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Green. Just to echo some of the points that Mr. Corain said, I think he said it very well, that you know, we look forward to working with the business community. And I think for the pilot program, we came up with the best laid plans that we could come up with. But we look forward to working with the business owners, and we also look forward to working with other town departments to come up with better plans as we move out of the winter and in the spring, and working with the community. I hope they got all that.
Okay, yeah.
Said I had an
I
unstable
think we did.
connection.
Yeah.
Did you get all that?
Yep. Any other questions from the board? Let's open it up.
Can you hear me better with video?
Yeah, no, I think we heard you. It's just a
All right,
little.
could you hear all that?
Yep. So let's open it up to the public.
Ms. Green,
Scott Ananian wants to speak. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
yeah, David Lashinsky. I'm going to promote David Lashinsky.
Okay.
David, you're a panelist. You can unmute yourself and share your video if you feel comfortable.
Okay, happy to do that. There we go. Hi, good evening, everybody. I'm David Lashinsky, chair of the Coolidge Corner Merchants Association, owner of Eureka, resident in town, and also member of the Small Business Board under Raul's very apt guidance. Once COVID hit and the businesses shut down, I can tell you that there was a tremendous amount of fear and concern of how are we going to, as a community, business community, how are we going to be able to survive this? And as things have started to reopen, I can tell you that I have been very, very pleased with the support from the town in terms of allowing us to follow the recommendations from CDC and others to move our lives outdoors and make use of outdoor spaces in a way that would benefit the community and provide our tax base, and provide a much more of a vibrant commercial area than could otherwise have been. So as now things are getting colder, the notion that says, guys, we're still in the midst of a pandemic. We still need to provide support for the businesses. Weather is not all that terrible outside. I mean, I moved here from California, and I can tell you that I was eating outside on patios with heaters 35 years ago, and it was delightful. So having the ability, first of all, to interact with friends and family, obviously in a limited fashion, outside is fundamentally critical for many of our restaurants that are able to take advantage of that. And further, being able to provide their patrons with a way to stay warm is also a requirement. Otherwise, they're going to go across the border to either Cambridge or Boston or Newton or every other surrounding area. So I'm very pleased that the town has been responsive, and there is support for this program and for all of these programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Justin.
There's Bernard, there's no one else that has raised their hand or indicated they want to speak regarding this.
Okay.
I think Scott wanted to talk about the next agenda item.
Okay, great. Any further questions or discussion from the board or town staff? No? Okay.
Well, I think we want to move into the vote, right?
Yeah, I was about to do that.
With the specific vote that we're asking.
Okay, I move approval of the amended approval procedure for the temporary extension of licensed premises for outdoor seating pursuant to Commonwealth of Massachusetts COVID-19 order numbers 35 and 50. In order to extend outdoor seating subject to the guidelines outlined by town staff, October 1st, 2020, extension of outdoor dining memo, which was in our packet. All in favor? Ms. Heller.
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton.
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez.
Aye.
Mr. Van Scoyac.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next. Chokehold ban, a public hearing. This is a public hearing because we are looking to amend the policies and procedures of the Brookline Police Department. And I am told that there was a board resolution many years ago requiring that any such change have associated with it a public hearing. Now, I've not been able to find that, but I think a public hearing is a good idea. So we're having a public hearing. So let me give you some background. the killing of George Floyd on Memorial Day this year was the reason that I took on the issue of banning chokeholds, even though Floyd was really not killed by a chokehold. It was more it's actually worse. It was, officer putting his knee on his neck for the purpose of, sole purpose of killing him by depriving his brain of oxygen. Around that time, I was receiving a lot of emails from people here in Brookline demanding that the police department adopt the 8 can't wait provisions for police departments' use of force policies that's proposed by the Campaign Zero organization, which is a national organization looking to reform policing, and they do a lot of research with respect to that. So I took the 8 can't wait provisions and reviewed it with the Brookline Police Department's use of force policy. And I found that our policy, our use of force policy, is actually more advanced than the 8 can't wait plan, with the exception that there is no ban on chokeholds, which is a part of the 8 can't wait plan, as well as an issue that people are very concerned about throughout this country. So I decided to propose a chokehold ban. Even though the police department says that officers do not train in the use of this technique. And furthermore, the use of force policy as written has other provisions that would in effect prevent the use of such a technique. But nonetheless, I think it's still important, if for no other reasons than, I'm going to carefully use this term, symbolic reasons. I know I got attacked for using that word, even though what I meant by that was that even if there may not be a need for a ban in some people's minds, having a ban has important symbolic value, as well as it provides a sort of target to be used in training to identify not only why a chokehold ban is important, but also to provide officers alternative ways of restraining people in situations where that is appropriate. So despite what some people say, I'm still pushing this chokehold ban, irrespective of what you call it. I did some research and drafted language that I shared with various people, including the Policing Reform Committee and others, including the police union, and received a lot of suggestions that made the document more focused. And the Policing Reform Committee voted to adopt and recommend the language to the Select Board. So now it's before the Select Board. The language would amend a section of the use of force policy in the Brookline Police Department's Policies and Procedures Manual to just ban chokeholds. You can see the language in your packet. So what I'd like to do is to get any questions, comments from the Select Board, and then see if there are any comments from the public on this ban for the use of force policy. So what do people think? Any thoughts, questions?
Well, clearly this is a work product that's been in the works for a while. So I really appreciate your work and leadership on this issue, Bernard. I know this issue has been something that you've wanted to tackle for a very long time, even before what happened earlier this year. So thank you for making it happen.
Thank you. Welcome. Any other comments, thoughts? John?
Just a couple of questions. Does this meet with, to the extent that I'm not even sure it imposes anything on the police department that is over and above what they already practice, but to the extent that perhaps it does, is there a plan for how this change can be implemented? And to what extent can we measure whether this meets the concerns of those who have been, at the forefront of this issue in other arenas? So those are my two questions.
Okay. Well, the way it'd be implemented is it would become part of the policy, and then it will become part of the training of the police department. Whether it meets the goals of others, I mean, I don't know. I don't see why it wouldn't, but you know, it's basically as stringent as any policy that I've seen, and you know, chokehold bans run the gamut of vague and vague and meaningless to significant, like what I'm proposing. So, and yeah, look, I mean, there's universal agreement that chokeholds should be banned. And I don't think anyone is going to say that this is a bad thing. Even the police union here in Brookline agrees with that and suggested some very useful changes, which we incorporated before the Policing Reform Committee took it up. Ms. Heller?
So I looked at your version and Chief Morgan's version. And my view about this issue is that chokehold should never be used. We don't need that kind of deadly force in our arsenal. And I think your version, while it does make a very small exception preventing imminent death or serious bodily injury to an officer, is more stringent than Chief Morgan's. And I, for one, would support that. I think he changed it in a way that makes it, it is used to prevent such imminent death. But I think that the only way to prevent it is a stronger ban on using it at all. And I would rather see that.
Yeah. On that issue, do any other board members have thoughts or opinions?
I'll chime in. I agree with Nancy on that point. I'm wondering also if the committee took a look at the, we still, one of our state representatives, Tommy Vitola, pointed this out at our public hearing last Wednesday. We're still waiting on the state legislature to pass both the House and Senate passed versions, and they've been for, I think it's a couple months now, trying to figure out how to reconcile their differing versions of police reform bills. I'm wondering if you looked at that. One of the things in the Senate language that's included that I don't see here is, as part of this, the exception clause, I guess, is in addition to what's there, unless de-escalation tactics have been attempted and failed or are not feasible. I don't know if you saw that and if that's something.
Yeah, it seems to me that sort of complicates things. Another it's sort of an extension of the exception. And yeah, I didn't think that was helpful.
Yeah. And that's one of the things that it seems when you look at all of the other prohibitions, they're, I think, one sentence, less than a line long, or, 2 lines on the document long in our current policy manual. And this one is, this one seems to carve out exceptions that don't exist in the other prohibitions. And that's the only, the thing I worry about with exceptions is, good lawyers can find a way to make many things fall into the category of exceptions. And I worry about, I don't want it to be symbolic at all. I want it to be something that actually will protect people. So I just want to, that's the one concern I have is the exception piece.
I wish we had someone from the police department to, discuss this issue. I mean, from as I understand, the exception is generally reflecting the fact that if you're, wrestling around on the ground, and this apparently happens, you may be in a situation where either intentionally or inadvertently, you have to grab someone in such a way that it becomes a chokehold in order to hold them down. Now, that question I think was answered at a what do they call it? The community roll call session that I attended. where the couple, I forgot who it was, one of the officers talked about how they train using this grappling method to subdue people, which enables them to avoid some of the dangers, both to them as well as to the person they're trying to control, that you have without those type of techniques. That.
I'm wondering whether that language that Raoul cited is not, would be appropriate here. I think it would. I assume that in most situations they've tried to de-escalate in the first place.
Yeah.
But I think that the expectation that they would do that is what's important in the policy. And they could say, well, we always do it, but there might be someone along the way who misses it. It can't hurt to have that in, I think. And again, the goal is to reduce as much as possible serious bodily harm. And to the police officer or the suspect. Rolling around on the ground, I'm sure that maybe that the language is the only way that be applicable in that situation. But I'm afraid the word used could be applicable in other situations as well. So that's what worries me about it.
Okay. What do other people think? Okay. Why don't we open up to a public hearing and then we can come back and talk some more. Justin, do we have anyone wanting to speak?
Yes, Bernard. So I promoted Mr. Scott Ananian.
Okay.
Indicated you want to speak before.
Yep.
Right. You hear me? Thank you.
Yep.
I feel like we're all trapped in a Verizon ad or something every time we come to speak. So my name is Scott Ananian. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 10. And I'd like to thank Bernard, first off, for taking the initiative here. I think it's important to keep moving on these and to identify concrete steps we can take and take them one after another. That's how change is done. Chair Green already pointed out some of the limitations of the 8 can't wait list as far as enacting meaningful change, which was a discussion which happened when it came out. As he's pointed out, it's not just Brookline, but New York City, Chicago, LA, Philadelphia, most large towns had already implemented 7 of 8 of the 8 can't wait reforms, and they made some claims about that if you just implement these 7, it reduces police incidents by 72%, which were not supported statistically. So there were some issues. It did bring attention to some valuable policies, but it's pretty clear that it's not the end, but sort of just the beginning of this work. I of course support the ban. I think it's worthwhile for us to take. It's not entirely symbolic, but it is worth noting that Eric Gardner was killed in 2014 with a chokehold, which was technically illegal, which was illegal. The NYPD had banned it in 1993. So 21 years of a chokehold ban, and it did not save Eric Gardner. So we should be realistic about the limits of what this can accomplish. But I think it is important for us to put down in writing what our policies actually are and where the limits are what we have in town. But we also need to enforce that and to make sure that it's borne out in practice, and that we've put together changes to the way the department approaches its work to ensure that not only is it banned, but they are not actually used as well. So I would like to encourage the select board to pass this ban and to keep going, because this is not the end of the work, but it is a step in the beginning. And to thank the chair again for his initiative and bringing this forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else in the queue, Justin?
Sorry, Bernard. I don't see anyone, no one else has raised their hand or indicated that they want to speak regarding this.
Okay, any further, let's see, David Escolier, oh, he's waiting for warrant article 8.
He's waiting for the warrant articles, yeah.
Yeah, any other discussion?
I'd like to ask Nancy to just restate her concern if you don't mind.
Sure. So Bernard's original language was that an exception applied if it was the only way to prevent serious and bodily harm to the officer. And I think that's stronger language and more prohibitive than the word which Chief Morgan used, which was use to. In addition to which, I think that it's important to have as a policy what Raul was suggesting before, which is that the chokehold would be I'm trying to remember how I stated it before.
Why don't we ask Raul?
Yeah, I'll come in.
Pardon?
I'll come in
Yeah.
for the save. It says law enforcement officers shall not use deadly physical force upon a person unless de-escalation tactics have been attempted,
Right.
failed, or not feasible.
Yeah, that I expect that our officers would be using de-escalation tactics, but I think that having that statement in the policy will encourage the use of it if anybody is thinking that it's not necessary. And it does, in that sense, it doesn't hurt, it only helps. And so that people need to be thinking about what they're doing. And it's hard. I mean, they're in very difficult situations, anxiety producing for both the suspect and the police. And it's, I get it, I do get it. But I think that their training has to come in, that they really do consider the alternatives and go to the use of serious force as the very last one.
I guess my concern with the language was that when you say unless de-escalation tactics have been attempted, one way of reading that is, well, I attempted de-escalation tactics and they didn't work. So now I have a pathway to using chokehold. Now, maybe that's only a bad person would think that way, but I mean that seems to me the literal way of interpreting that.
Well, but Bernard, if a person, if the officers did use de-escalation tactics and they didn't work, it wouldn't necessarily meant that they had gone to other methods. They hadn't gone to other methods first before they tried a chokehold. I mean,
Yeah.
I suppose you add that if you're uncomfortable with it, but such that the officers shall not immediately assume deadly force unless it is the absolutely only way. And so,
Yeah, I think the issue here is, that what we've seen is that chokeholds are so deadly. I mean, they're almost the next step down from using a gun. If you'd almost rather be tased than be put in a chokehold, frankly, because of death, especially for anyone that has any kind of pre-existing condition. And it's so deadly that we want to try to, the same kind of barriers, I would say, thinking of this as a form of deadly force, essentially, not just as a submission technique.
Yeah, John?
I guess, I'll offer the suggestion that for the sake of clarity, I think the clearest thing to do right now, the clearest thing to do right now is to vote up or down on the language as written by Chair Bernard. I do respect Raul's suggestion, but I wonder if it is not something to be incorporated into future reform and strengthening of the town, of the police department's policy on de-escalating, situations. So you could have it within the policy on de-escalation, that it be always the first resort, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, which gets you to the same place. The other thing I wanted to ask, just again, for clarity, because I have heard reference in reading on this subject to strangleholds, and I don't see that particular word used in this definition. Excuse me.
Well,
No, I'm
we
sorry.
talked
Excuse me, Bernard. I said it wrong. Neck restraints.
Okay.
I have seen reference to neck restraints, and specifically, I've seen reference to the knee on the neck as being a neck restraint. So does this language clearly prohibit the knee on the neck?
Yeah, under item 3, other techniques that cut off the supply of oxygen or blood to the brain or that prevent breathing. So I think that, is that really a technique? Or I thought that was just a, an effort to kill someone that was used by this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But
Right.
anyway.
Bernard has three things
Things that are banned. Yeah.
things that are banned: the
Right.
chokehold or strangleholds, carotid holds, and other techniques that prevent breathing are prohibited, except when the officer reasonably believes that that an officer is at imminent risk of death or serious bodily injury.
Or another person.
Technique is the only way. I mean, that's where I really revert back to Bernard's language. I think it's more restrictive, and I think that's what we want when we're talking about serious bodily harm.
And Bernard,
Yes.
sorry to interrupt. I just want to let you know there are a couple of people who want to make a comment.
Okay, why don't we take them?
Okay, Ryan Black is here. Ryan, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, everyone. Just so I make sure my comment is reflecting the accurate language in it, what is the current carve out, if you don't mind me asking, in the chokehold ban? Just so I can make sure my comment is accurate.
Risk of imminent death or serious bodily injury to the officer or another person.
And is it left off to the officer's discretion? What is like essentially risk of death or bodily injury?
Well, of course. How?
Yeah.
What else would it be?
Well, like if one person gets choked to death, then it's just and the officer's the only person left. They're the only one really with the perspective. I'm getting at a larger point here where our legal system allows officers a large amount of discretion to say someone was a threat to their or another life. So
Right.
Yeah, I'm not coming in here hot like my other public comments. I'm just trying to point out a possible.
Well, that's a risk with anything from requirement that you pay your taxes to bans.
You're just pointing out a possible loophole here.
Okay.
I'll yield the rest of my time.
Okay.
Bernard,
next.
Michael Zurab has his hand raised and promoting him now.
All right.
Mr. Zurab, you can unmute your mic.
Hey everyone, I'm Michael Zurab. I'm a member of the Policing Reforms Committee that Select Board Member Green is the chair of. I just wanted to say that I've been looking over our use of force, the town's use of force policy, police use of force policy, and this issue of first using de-escalation before using lethal force is really already kind of an essential feature of the policy, that it already says that officers should use proportional force, and it says that they should use de-escalation before using other kinds of techniques such as deadly force, and that in some ways that it needs to be in that sort of broad way, because there are all kinds of different techniques of force that officers use that they should first try to use de-escalation for. I really think that, the language that Bernard has proposed is adequate for that purpose. I obviously think officers should use de-escalation first. I just think that the policy in its totality already speaks to that. And the language about carving out for specific reasons, like protecting an officer or another person from imminent danger, also parallels other language in the policy, such as firing a bullet at a moving vehicle, where this carving out an exception if there is an imminent danger that is present. So all this is to say, I think, the policy as written is sufficient for what it is, right? I mean, the bigger issue is always making sure that the words in the policy are what's actually practiced, and that's going to require a lot more work. But I do think that the language is sufficient, and this has been a long time coming, and we should really just get it done with. That's my my thought on this. So thank.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to agree that the policy already has de-escalation as sort of the first step that is to be taken. Actually, the first step is what's called a critical decision model, where the officer is told that first you assess the situation and figure out what's the safest way to get yourself as well as anyone else out of danger, and then determine what is the best approach to take. De-escalation being the sort of beginning process. Now those are just words. What makes the words real is training. Well, number one, making sure that we've prevented any officers who are what do you want to call it, mentally unstable from being on the force, and that's the problem I think we've had in situations like George Floyd and others. But once you've gotten over that hurdle, the issue is training over and over again, so that the de-escalation techniques that they're trained with become what we call muscle memory. I think of muscle memory as like when you're typing, you don't have to look at the keys. Your fingers have the memory of where the keys are located. And that's the type of training that has to be, that we need in order for any policy or any requirement to be a real requirement. So yeah, these are just words on paper, but what we also expect from the police department is the type of training and monitoring and supervision, et cetera, that make the words have real meaning. And of course, the reform committee is looking at that specifically. What beyond policy, what are the procedures you use to ensure that the policies are carried out in every instance? I think we do a good job here in Brookline, but there's always room for improvement.
I admit to ignorance when I suggested that we adopt that only for this particular paragraph, only because I had not read the entire police manual on use of force. So if it's in there and it's the preamble and it's an important thing that you do first before you do almost anything else, then I accept that. I don't have any problem.
Yeah. I suggest everyone read the use of force policy because it's actually very interesting, number one. It also tells you, how you get people to do the right thing in very difficult situations. And it's applicable to situations beyond policing, but it's especially important in the policing context. Okay, so any other comments from the board first? Raul.
Sure. Yeah, I would just say, I'm fine with that. I think it would hold true too, though, if including the sort of de-escalation is superfluous because it's elsewhere. I think we also heard, at least from Michael Zurov's perspective, that also the risk of imminent harm to yourself or someone else is also in the use of force policy. So I'd argue that too is superfluous, but I'm fine with it being in there. I'm not going to stand in the way. I like the original version, Bernard, that you drafted. I would support that one. The one thing I would ask, just a technical question is, we pass this whenever, if it's either tonight or feel like we need more time next time we meet. And then the very next day, the state passes something. What technically do we need to do to reconcile our manual with the state policies? I mean, literally just adopt those policies, I would imagine, right?
It's a good question. I don't know. I think, you know, if the state imposes a higher standard or a higher or more stringent requirement, then we are subject to those more stringent requirements. If as you describe it, I don't think that is precluding our policies. So there's probably nothing we really need to do.
Right.
The state policy will be part of training at the police academy, and to the extent that there are any differences between that and our policy, it'll be part of our training here at the here in Brookline. So I don't think that's an issue. The next step would be to, of course, vote this, and then the police department would incorporate it into the policies and procedures manual. Now, when that happens, I mean, it becomes a general order, or becomes part of the general order on use of force, once we vote it. But when it's actually incorporated into the written policies and procedure manual, it's probably going to take a little time.
Bernard, should we take well, tell me how to take it. The fact that no one is here to represent the police department to mean that they've reviewed this and are essentially good to go on it and didn't feel the need to be represented here tonight?
That's how I interpret it. I mean, Chief Morgan suggested a change, but he basically agrees that this is a good policy. Police union also agreed that this was an appropriate policy. They suggested some changes, which I thought were good changes, made it a lot more simple or simpler. So I think we can sort of believe that everyone agrees that this is the way to go.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I know you pointed that out earlier, but to make sure if any folks are out there are saying the board is acting without hearing from the department, that's not the case.
No, that's not the case. Okay, so unless there are any other comments from the public or from the board, I'd like to move approval of the chokehold ban language. And it looks like the majority of the board wants to use the original language in my version instead of Chief Morgan's language. So I'll move that. So I move approval of the chokehold ban language as originally written and voted by the Policing Reform Committee. All in favor, Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Mr. Van Scoyac?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay. Check mark on that issue. Warrant articles, public hearings. Okay, we have, looks like four.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we're pretty much on time, surprisingly.
How did that happen?
I don't know how that happened, but I'm giving credit to Justin.
Okay.
I'll have to work that out with Devin when she comes back.
Yeah, how come, Devin, how come you can't keep us on time?
Yeah. But I just wanted to mention that we have one of the last items, the last item on the warrant is
that's right, I'm sorry.
The election warrant, and I think it's a very straightforward thing, but if you wanted Jeff to mention anything, Jeff Nutting, about the election and more than, he's available. I have a feeling the town meeting discussion will go on for a while. Would you be willing just to take him up? I believe he's available. I don't think it would take more than a few minutes.
Yeah, let's do that. I take it everyone has read the warrant, which has the offices that are up for election or re-election, plus the various questions on the ballot, including our question. Oh, pride. Any questions from the board for Mr. Nutting or any discussion?
No, I just wanted to note that the page that lists the voting locations For precinct 8, it's still listed as the Coolidge Corner School. I think the name's been officially changed to the Florida Rufford Ridley School, but I'm not.
No, that's true. That's true.
Is that right? Okay.
Yeah. Is it possible to change that, or I guess the ballots have already been printed, have they? Or is this part of the ballot?
This is the warrant. I don't think this is the ballot. So I think we should be able to change that.
Okay.
Jeff?
Yeah. Okay. Good. Good cut. Good cut. Pardon me? Yes, Jeffrey.
Well, we knew that, but we didn't want to confuse people because of the last couple of elections that we did this, we put Coolidge Corner. So we were torn between the name and what people have seen in the last 2 elections, but we'll do as the board wishes.
Yeah.
And maybe we can use both, formerly the.
And maybe you should do Coolidge, or Ridley, formerly Coolidge Corner, something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Any other comments? Yes, Mr. Nutting.
So I just want to make a couple quick shout outs. First of all, Big has done a fantastic job putting 3 very short videos together on the election. They're between 2 and 3 minutes. I'd ask every voter and citizen to watch them. It answers a lot of questions people have about the upcoming election and registration and mail-in, and just they've done a fantastic job. So shout out on that.
One of many shout outs that they deserve.
Yeah, that's right. So we did, as Mel had previously said earlier in the meeting, we got 131 cases of ballots and envelopes on Friday. We started yesterday, and we're pumping them out over 2,000 per day. We expect to do that for the next 2 to 3 weeks. So people have been calling us when my ballot's going to come. We got them Friday. We will get them out to you in the next 2 to 3 weeks. And if you don't get one in that time, just give us a call, but we'll do the best we can. Last day to request one is October 28th. The last day to register to vote is October 24th. Don't wait on either of those dates. Please, if you aren't registered and you want to, do it now. If you want to get a mail-in ballot, do it now. Early in-person voting starts September 17th for 14 straight days, Saturday, Sunday, all the way. Our hours are posted on the web.
17, Jeff.
October 17th, correct. And we'll be open each Thursday till 8 p.m. as well. So if people can't get home and work in time, elections are normal business hours, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. The other issue is please study the questions. They are very long and very complicated this year. There's 2 big questions on the ballot. Question 1 related to the car repair, and 1 about ranked choice voting. It's not a good idea to come to a COVID election and spend 20 minutes reading the question and then trying to figure out which way you're going to vote and tie up a line of folks. So I ask everybody just to please study those. You should have got a red booklet mailed to you. If not, we have plenty at the town hall. They're out front. People are taking them so that you're prepared with however you want to respond to the 2 initiative questions. And then certainly the override debt exclusion for the Newberry school property is question 3 on the ballot. So thank you very much, and happy to answer any questions.
I have a question. I understand that in Brookline, question 3 is located in different places on the ballot depending on the precinct.
That's correct.
Okay,
well, they're all on the back.
They're all on the back.
Well, the first question's on the front, and the other questions, some have 3, some have 5, but they're on the back of the ballot.
Okay, so it shouldn't be that confusing to people, since that question 3 is on the back of every ballot.
Yes.
Okay.
So obviously, when folks vote in person, they'll just get reminded of that when they check in, just to check both sides of the ballot. Yeah. If you get one by mail, read the instructions and check both sides of the ballot.
Excuse me, I thought that I was told that question 3 for precinct 1, that ballot had its questions on the front. Is that correct?
Well, I have You know what? I have 2 to 4 and 6 to 13, and question 1 is on the front, and that's the only one. So I'm not sure how they would get 2 other questions on the front, because all
Okay.
the ballots are the same size.
Okay.
And I guess all the ballots have the same offices up for election.
With the exception of state rep, you have 4 state reps.
That's
So
right. Okay, but
depending
that's
on the
not gonna take up
precinct,
much room. Yeah,
right? Everything else is exactly the same.
yeah.
Except there are some questions in several precincts that are just advisory to the legislature, but they're not on every ballot.
Okay.
They're non-binding.
Yeah. Any other questions? Okay, so that Mr. Nutting can get home and have his dinner, or maybe he's already home. He can
Well,
start dinner.
It's been an enjoyable 3 hours. Thank you.
Okay, for you. Not
All right.
necessarily for us. But anyway, okay, I move approval of the election warrant for the November 3rd, 2020 election. All in favor, Ms. Heller,
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton,
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez,
Aye.
Mr. Van Scoyac,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for all you do.
Yep, you too.
Okay. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, now back to warrant articles, public hearing. We have 4 warrant articles in that are going to be first reading and public hearing. Warrant Article 13 has been postponed. So we have warrant Article 8, expanded Housing Advisory Board membership, warrant Article 21, non-disclosure agreements, warrant Article 24, general bylaw notifications, and then warrant Article 25, notifications for the zoning bylaw. So how's this going to be presented? Is Melissa around? She usually does that, right?
I can promote Melissa. I don't know if Melissa's here, but we have some of the petitioners, I believe.
Okay, Melissa usually starts us off, but let's start with warrant Article 8. Who wants to speak for that? Lescolier, you want to speak on that?
Yeah, Deborah's under the weather, so I'm going to do a very brief presentation on warrant Article 8, which is about the membership of the Housing Advisory Board. First, just explain what our vision is with this warrant article, and then a little bit about its pathway so far, coming now to the select board. So the vision was to increase the economic diversity on the HAB in order to better understand, so that members of the Housing Advisory Board will better understand housing insecurity and increase the diversity represented on the committee, the board. And then from that, foster greater creativity regarding projects, the more eyes, more brains, more ideas, and help to ensure that the town will have subject matter experts into the future. There was a hearing with the personnel subcommittee of the advisory committee. It was very useful and very helpful. We received a lot of feedback. There's also been a hearing and a lot of discussion with the community on town organization and structure. As a result of all of that, the wording has been considerably improved. We dropped the term limits. As I'm looking at the documents that are before the Committee on Town and Structure and Organization, which is meeting tonight, we're really left with one issue, one difference between what we as petitioners have agreed to and what seems to be coming from CTOS. And that, I imagine, is going to go back to the, may go back to the advisory committee. The advisory committee's already acted on this, I believe. And that's the actual number of members. CTOS is saying 8, and we're saying 11. So that's where it stands. Any questions?
So what's in our packet? Is that the Is that the revision by the, it's not the revision by the advisory committee. Where do we see that? The advisory committee's amendment. Was that sent around to us earlier today? Does
I don't
anyone
believe,
know?
I personally don't believe it was. I don't think so.
The advisory committee was on the 21st of September.
I only see what's in the packet.
Let's see, I thought I saw something. I don't see it. Any rate, do you have anything to add, David?
No, that's,
So-
I'm just,
so the
that's where
only-
we're standing. As I think for us as the petitioners, we're, I think, pretty close to a version that we can support. As I said, the one area that still needs to be ironed out is the actual number of members, because if it's 9, that means we're only adding 1 member for diversity. And we don't feel that's enough. We want to add 3 additional. So we have 4 members who are sort of tagged as or intended to be representatives of persons who have understanding of housing insecurity.
And what does that mean?
It's either that they now live in affordable housing, have lived in affordable housing in the past.
That's pretty
These
secure
are-
housing.
Pardon?
Affordable, if they're in BHA affordable housing, they're fairly secure.
Well, no, that could be Section 8. There can be people, about a third of them residents of Brookline that are housing burden, meaning they're paying more than 30% of their disposable income for housing. So it, as written, it's a very broad, and it was actually revised to make it broader so that it's the kind of thing that when it comes to recruitment of town meeting members, it should be explored. The bylaw doesn't specifically define.
Okay, any other questions from the board?
Well, this isn't so much a question, but I guess I'm a little troubled. I guess the assumption that is baked into this proposal is that the current Housing Advisory Board members don't understand what it's like to struggle to pay and afford housing. And I just don't know whether or not that's an accurate depiction of the people who are currently on the Housing Advisory Board. I think that assumption is a dangerous one to make when you don't know what people's stories are about what they have in the past not been able to afford. You know, at any given moment, our finances could change. And I think a lot of the people that serve on the Housing Advisory Board are very aware of the struggle to afford housing, not just in Brookline, but statewide.
That's true. I'm not, have no doubt about that. But the aim is to add an additional 3 members, and that who specifically are able to demonstrate a knowledge of tenant issues and come from a diverse racial and ethnic background. So, I mean.
So what you're really saying is that the membership should have racial diversity.
Right, and what came up in the discussion at the advisory committee personnel subcommittee is, you know, if it's only one person, it's like one, they're alone. It needs to be enough members that can represent the diverse range of people living in affordable housing And so that's why we wanted to increase it to be sure that that voice is not a lonely voice, but it's a voice that's sufficient in number and strength to enable the Housing Advisory Board to shape its efforts in that regard.
I mean, yeah, my thought on this is I don't see this at all as a condemnation of who's on the board currently. I think this is about thinking about the future of the board. There are folks on it right now, and there could be different folks in the future, and that this would seek to ensure that these perspectives are represented going forward as we continue with appointments and people cycle off and all those kinds of things. So. I mean, I don't know. I just don't see it as any kind of condemnation of who's currently on the board or their experiences. But
because the background for the current board members is specified, and they are people that are legal, housing, finance, planning. They're more technical people, and there's a lot of technical issues that the Housing Advisory Board needs to understand and be able to grapple with. And we want to add another perspective to that. And that doesn't say that the people that we have there now who are tremendous experts in affordable housing, we definitely need that. And if the board doesn't have that capacity, it's not going to be as effective as it has been. So it's not either or, it's both.
Okay, John.
I don't see that Roger Blood, the chair of the Housing Advisory Board, is here tonight. Am I missing something?
He's probably at CTOS, which is also has this one on the agenda for about this exact same time.
Thank you, David. I would not be comfortable voting on this until we've heard from him, because I have heard from him, excuse me, in my, monitoring of some other meetings, advisory committee and otherwise. And I do know that he has strong views on the total number of the board, and thinks that going to 8 would be feasible, but going to 11 would be unwieldy. Excuse me. And, that's as David said, that's kind of the crux of where things are right now. It's come down to whether people feel it should be 8 or 11. And that sort of dictates some of the other elements of this, because if it's 8, you do have a certain number of positions that by necessity, and I think by statute, right, David, actually have to be assigned to people with particular expertise.
That's right.
Yeah.
And under the most recent amendment, a member of the select board is not required. And the terms were reduced from 3 to 2 years by statute.
So I think until we hear from Roger and air some of these concerns, I just wouldn't be comfortable on well,
Roger, when he testified,
calling on to vote for this tonight. I guess this is just a hearing. Yeah.
Yeah, this is just a hearing. We're not going to vote, but I think your point is that next week, instead of sort of rushing through this, we should have further discussion before we vote, or if we vote next week at all.
I would add, I mean, I agree with John. I'd like to hear from Roger on this. And it's unfortunate that we can't find a way. We seem that this is happening consistently, where we butt up against other meetings. And I know that this is a hardship mostly on the petitioners that have to run back and forth to meetings to make their case, as well as other people who'd want to weigh in. What I'll say is I'm curious to hear from Roger. I'll also say I chair a couple of committees that are 11 or more people in size. We figure it out. I don't think that alone should be prohibitive. If there's some other reason, I'd be interested in hearing why.
One of the members of the advisory committee subcommittee pointed out that a quorum goes from 5 to 6. So it's not a big change really from that perspective. And Roger, when he testified, was testifying on his own behalf. I believe the HAB is meeting tomorrow, and we'll have a hearing, and maybe by next week he'll be able to speak for the HAB on that. That's another reason to hold off.
Okay, so let's see if there's any comments from the public. This is a public hearing.
Chairman Green, yeah, we do have public comment. Miss Naomi Schweitzer has been promoted.
Good evening, everyone. Naomi Schweitzer, town meeting member, Precinct 10. Good to be here with you tonight. And I'm speaking in favor of warrant Article 8, and I would encourage you to vote in favor of it with the changes that David and the petitioners have agreed to thus far during the warrant article hearing season. David has already outlined, the overview of the warrant article and some of the key goals of it. And I just want to emphasize that the main thrust of this is to add to the great group of people we have now and build on the expertise that's already built into the bylaw, and it's to build in and bake in for the future that we want to add more diverse views and experiences to this very important body. And so bringing in lived experience for people who have lived in affordable housing or who have experienced housing insecurity, and making sure that that is intentional when we are building out who is on the HAB, in the same way that we are intentional of wanting to make sure that we have people on the HAB that have finance experience, real estate experience, architecture experience, etc. Part of my professional background is I do a lot of work with the federal government, specifically the VA and the Department of Housing and Urban Development and their affordable housing and homeless programs. And in multiple of their programs, they require in communities that receive their funding that you include on your governing bodies that make decisions around how that funding is spent and handed out, that you include people on those governing bodies. You include people that have lived experience, either lived experience of homelessness or lived experience of housing insecurity. And part of my role is helping communities build that into their processes. And what communities find is that when they do that, they have a chance to hear more input and are often surprised to find that they have better outcomes in the housing and programming decisions that they make. And one of the other things that David said, I just want to touch back on, which is that we want to make sure that when we are making a change like this, that we are not isolating folks. I'm sure you have all read in the past articles about boards and governing bodies where there's only one woman or only one person of color. And that's a setup for failure and tokenism. And we want to avoid that situation here. And so that's part of the reason for the number that's being recommended. So again, I encourage you to support the warrant article, and thank you.
Let me ask you a question, Naomi. You're not suggesting that the federal rules with respect to membership on governing bodies applies to Housing Advisory Board, are you?
I'm
And
not.
that's not a governing body. Okay.
No, I'm saying that
In other words, it's a good idea, but it's not mandatory.
no, if you
HAB.
receive certain federal funding streams,
All right,
it's
no, I get that.
mandatory that you set up your structures to include that in order to receive that HUD funding. But that doesn't apply here because this is a local board.
All right.
Mhm. I'm just using it as an example.
Yeah, no, I got it.
What I think is a best practice and has good outcomes that have come from that requirement, and where it's been baked in and communities need to do it, and then they get that input and it leads to better outcomes.
Okay. Any other questions, comments, discussion? Any other public comments?
Bernard, no one else has indicated. Oh, Miss Bonnie Bastian just indicated she wants to speak.
Okay, let's see what she has to say.
Oh, and Roger Blood's here as well. So.
Okay, so we can answer some of our questions.
Bonnie, you have been promoted.
Answers.
Bonnie, you can unmute yourself and share your video if you like.
Hey y'all, Bonnie Bastian, town meeting member, precinct 5. This is super quick. This warrant article comes down to a saying in organizing and social justice work that it goes, nothing about us without us. You can't be making decisions about people without them having a real seat at the table. And so I'm speaking here in very strong support of warrant Article 8. That's all. Thanks.
Okay, is Roger Blood available? Roger, would you like to speak on this warrant article?
Roger, you muted yourself. You can share a video, speak. Roger, I'm asking you to mute. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep.
Can you hear me now?
Hear you very well.
Hello?
The chair of the Housing Advisory Board and the petitioner.
I apologize. I was attending a simultaneous hearing, and now I'm on both at the same time, and I don't know how to erase the other one, and I've missed the prior commentary. I'm very sorry.
I guess the question is, what is your position on warrant Article 8, and specifically on the membership, numbers of new members that you think are appropriate for the Housing Advisory Board?
Yes, if you can hear me, and again, I apologize if there's noise in the background. We feel that it's rather important to limit the total number of Housing Advisory Board members to 9 at a maximum, and that would allow for us to double the low and moderate income tenant representation from 1 to 2. And that would really help in a number of ways. We could have senior representation and family housing representation. We could increase immediately opportunities for greater diversity. And at the same time, the existing skill sets that are required of the HAB are very critical to our performance, both as fiduciaries and in terms of technical vetting of projects and proposals, and very much everything we do. So we would hate to see that range of skill sets become any less functional than it is now. But we think that we can do both and very well. But it's not clear that a compelling need has been demonstrated that more than 2 low and moderate income tenant representatives are needed for the HAB to improve or strengthen its performance. I hope that I've been able that you can hear me in what I'm speaking. I'm not sure if you're able to.
No, we heard you very well.
Okay, that's great.
Clear. Okay, any further discussion?
Sure. Roger, I actually wanted to ask you, it wasn't clear, you're using the term "we." Were you speaking on behalf of the HAB officially, or were you speaking for yourself?
Yes, I'm glad you asked that. I should have prefaced my remarks. I'm not speaking officially because the HAB has not had its public hearing yet. I do believe that appropriately that I have sought out individual feedback from HAB members about what they see or think is needed or not needed in relation to the petitioner's article as originally submitted. We certainly agree with the removal of the term limits. And I am speaking with some confidence that the individual feedback I've received regarding the limit of 9 members and the increase from 1 to 2 low and moderate income tenants is something that the HAB members seem to feel is a good idea, subject to the hearing and further comment.
I also would just want to make sure that to say this out loud, it's clear in my mind, but it may not be in others, is that that folks might be thinking about, I don't know what they're thinking about when they look at these the criteria for this, and may not understand that one of your select board members, myself, is someone that's lived in public housing and would qualify under this as well to be able to fill a position in there. And so when we think about the kinds of skill sets that people who are or have been low income or experienced, housing insecurity, just for folks in the public to broaden their mind about who those people in our community might be. They might be people who live in the single family home next to you, or the apartment down the way over here in Winchester Street. So I just want to make sure that you think about that, and that
yes,
who those people might be, and the vast array of skills that they might provide beyond just their perspective of having grown up in a low income circumstance or currently living in that circumstance. They've got other things to provide too.
yes, I think I understand that, and we want to get the broadest range of skills and experience to the table at the HAB. And I think the petitioners had a particular desire that there be a specific reference to a relationship of the low and moderate income tenants on the HAB in those and that perspective. While that wasn't something that we felt was critical, it's not. We don't disagree with the petitioners. The only part that we would ask the select board to consider, and actually hope the petitioners would see the trade-off here, is if there were two low and moderate income tenant representatives, that one of them is perfectly fine to designate one of the two as specifically being a tenant at the BHA or a Section 8 recipient, however they wish to phrase that. We did feel that considering that this is a bylaw, that the reference to housing vulnerability, it's something that we all feel and want to make sure that we are very sensitive to and try to address. That using that as a criteria, probably there's a better way to do that, because it should be something that a person of their current status, number one, and number two, if you really had to define it and you were interviewing an applicant, the requirement that they be housing vulnerable, to get that in a definition, you would need to certify their income and their rent. And I'm not sure that is a good thing to do as part of the process. Better to have it that they live in public housing or Section 8 recipient, or more broadly for the other seat, that they are living in some form of affordable housing.
Okay, any other questions? Any comments from the public, Justin?
No one else has indicated they'd like to speak regarding this warrant article.
Okay. Let's close the hearing and move on to the next warrant article, which is warrant article 21, non-disclosure agreements.
I have promoted Jonathan Margolis, who is in the petition.
Thank you. Jonathan Margolis, Precinct 7 Town Meeting member and the petitioner. In these days of Black Lives Matter and Me Too, it seems to me clear that the values of open government have been ascendant, perhaps not quite enough. The purpose of this warrant article is to assure that when the town deals with claims against it, any resolution of those by agreement is not hidden from the public by a non-disclosure agreement. Now, I know that some people in the past have said, well, the public records laws permit disclosure, but they don't really, because the individuals cannot speak. The public records laws provide disclosure of documents, but settlement agreements don't say very much about the facts. I can tell you, because I deal with those as often as I can. There has also been some complaints about what town employees could say, but town employees are free to speak out if the complainant does. To me, this is a question of open government and good government. It's a matter of values. And I will tell you that when I initially drafted something on this a couple of years ago as an amendment to an earlier article, I was going to place no exceptions into the article for some, as you'll see in this article, there's certain kinds of claims for which non-disclosure agreements, if sought by the complainant, would be permissible. And I circularized my colleagues across the country who deal with these kinds of situations, and they pointed out there are individual claimants where it's very important to have some shield against public knowledge because, for instance, their future career may be jeopardized if it's known that they made a complaint of a particular type. Unfortunately, in these days of cyber stalking and cyber bullying, there may be instances in which exposure could make a claimant susceptible to those. So I have made what I think is a pretty narrow exception for certain kinds of anti-discrimination and civil rights complaints. In those cases, if the complainant would like a non-disclosure agreement, then the town may enter into one under the provisions of this warrant article.
The town have the option of not entering into a non-disclosure agreement?
The town always has the option not to settle. However, if you in my experience, you settle a case, that is, there are agreements on things like dollars, in some cases reinstatement or resignation, and then you deal with issues such as disclosure, non-disclosure. I find it difficult to believe that there would be a situation in which someone complained, let's say, about sexual harassment, and then said, I'd like a non-disclosure agreement. And the town said, oh no, we want to be able to disclose this, because what they're likely to be doing then is buying a lawsuit. And I find in my virtually 50 years of law practice, not many people want to buy lawsuits, thank goodness.
Okay, any questions from the board?
I'll just weigh in briefly. I think this is a nice update to the previous warrant article on this issue, which I supported them before I was on the board. And I think that this is one of those practices that I worry a lot about, and the way that it in a way seeks to silence, whether or not that's the intent. That's certainly the impact, to silence people who feel that they've been wronged by the town and have filed suit. And the idea that someone that has been either sexually harassed or harassed because of their race or other protected identities would not be able to tell their story later on, it just really troubles me. And so this is something that I'll certainly be supporting going forward. I appreciate, Jonathan, the work you've done to update this from the previous version. I know that there were some concerns about, last time around, people not being able, if they wanted to that kind of protection, the folks that have felt that they've been wronged, that they wouldn't have access to that under the previous version. So I appreciate that this version incorporates that change.
Okay, John.
Yes, thank you very much. I just wanted to say, I recognize this is a public hearing and we're not going to be voting on this at this moment. I do feel the need to hear from town council, and I also feel the need to hear from our head of HR. And if I recall correctly, I hope I do, the last time we dealt with this at town meeting, one of the major concerns raised was that to ban non-disclosure agreements in, in some form. I grant that there's a limit to this proposal. Would in fact get in the way of settlement of cases, and could in fact get in the way of settlement of cases to the disadvantage of, say, an employee, in a employee discrimination case or an employee harassment case. I know it's a complicated subject matter, and I know it's been dealt with by town meeting before, and I know some of the concerns about proposals to limit or ban non-disclosure agreements have weighed heavily on enough town meeting members that we haven't yet adopted this kind of a ban. This is kind of another bite at the apple, which is fine. I just think we've got to hear the arguments that were persuasive before we take a vote on this again.
All right.
Can I just add, I totally agree with John on the idea about being able to have all these folks. I think this would be a much more efficient process if we just had everybody here at the same time, so we could hear it, take the week to think about it, and then be ready to vote on it. And this is the second, well, we got Roger in thankfully in time for the last one, but I don't know what's going on, but it'd be helpful to have those folks that John mentioned here tonight.
Well, a lot of meetings, few people. Okay, any further discussion? Mr. Kleckner, could I think the town council has written something, at least maybe on the previous version of this. I think her comments would probably still apply to this version. Can we get something from her, or get her here next time we deal with this?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, this is a public hearing. Justin, Mr. Casanova Davis,
Yes, sir.
anyone want to speak?
No one has indicated they want to speak regarding this warrant article.
Oh, I'm shocked. Okay. Any further comment from the board? Okay, let's close this hearing and move on. Thank you, Mr. Margolis.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see, warrant article 24. These are fairly straightforward. General bylaw notifications, and warrant article 25, zoning bylaw notifications. The zoning bylaw committee last night, I believe it was, voted favorable action on warrant article 25, whatever that's worth. But who's going to make a presentation on this?
Hi, I'm here. I'm Michael Zurab. I'm
Okay.
one of the co-petitioners. Is it all right if I share my screen for a brief presentation?
Sure. All right, this is such a straightforward issue, that in addition to owners of properties, there are tenants who are impacted by whatever, construction work, et cetera, should also get notification. So
Yep.
You don't have to spend all evening on this.
I'll try my best. This shouldn't take too long. Bernard explained it. I'm presenting this on behalf of a few co-petitioners for town meeting members. You can see their names here.
Right.
As Bernard mentioned, this is about renter notification. Warrant Article 24 amends the general bylaw, and Warrant Article 25 amends the zoning bylaw. So to give some background, the bylaws and procedures of the town following state law require notifying parties of interest about nearby projects. These include public works projects, demolitions, marijuana dispensaries, planning and zoning matters, etc. But the way that parties of interest is defined is limited to landowners. It's limited to people who own property. And that omits residents and businesses that rent out their spaces. They don't receive notices. So although property ownership is no longer considered essential to be a full citizen, it is still the basis on which we determine who should be notified about neighborhood changes in relevant public hearings. That's not enough. I'm going to give two examples where I think it is especially clear why that's not enough. So one is at Hancock Village. Chestnut Hill Realty applied for a comprehensive permit to expand and renovate the properties there. That will impact the quality of life of existing residents. Although the town, following state law and current procedures, notified nearby homeowners about the projects. They did not notify the residents of Hancock Village because as renters, they're not considered parties of interest. Instead, the entity which was notified on their behalf was Chestnut Hill Realty, the very applicant for the permit. It's the sole party of interest at Hancock Village because it owns the land. Clearly, that doesn't seem to capture all the relevant interests. The folks who live in the apartments where they can watch and hear the construction happening are also impacted parties and deserve notification. Another example with a similar flavor is the Sanctuary Medicinals Dispensary on Beacon Street. It's a street level commercial unit in a building with apartments upstairs. And the town, following state law and current procedures, notified the owner of the building, a trust in Beacon Hill, about the permit and the relevant hearings. It did not send this same notice to nearby businesses or to the renters of the apartment units located in the same building of the dispensary. So in this case, the town notified the same entity who chose to lease out the property to Sanctuary Medicinals about the hearing for Sanctuary Medicinals, but did not notice the renters who might not share the same interests as their landlord. So what does this warrant article do to address this? Two very simple changes. As I mentioned, 24 addresses the general bylaws and 25 the zoning. First, wherever notice is mentioned in the bylaws, we add residents and tenants in addition to abutters, which is the existing language. And to capture other notices not explicitly located in the bylaws, but located in other rules and regulations, we also add a short new section requiring that notice be given without discriminating on the basis of property ownership. As far as implementation, the town has an abutters application. This is just a website where you can type in an address and identify nearby properties. It's already configured to identify nearby residential units and nearby businesses of abutting properties. You just click a different button than the abutters button. So the infrastructure for this is already there. We've heard from town IT that they're going to basically unify or sort of streamline this process so it deduplicates the addresses. But the gist of it is that the infrastructure for implementing this already exists. It's not going to require substantial effort by town staff to gather the locations or addresses of nearby residents. Just to show another slide about impacts, this just shows, these are calculations I did using the abutters application that I just mentioned. Depending on the address, the number of notices given in the status quo, and if we also notified tenants, it varies quite a lot depending on the district. In S40, single family large lot areas, it has hardly any impact. Hancock Village, though, for example, it has a pretty big impact in terms of the number of people who are notified. Who pays? This comes up a lot. It turns out that we charge applicants, people who apply for permits, fees. Towns have discretion on what those fees can be based on the costs of the services that the town provides to handle those permits. And the town can and should adjust those fees to correspond to the increased cost of these envelopes. So to give an example, in Somerville, applicants pay a $350 notice fee and a $25 abutters list fee for all special permits and variances. The ZBA in Brookline ought to adjust the fees accordingly to deal with the costs of sending additional mailers. Clearly, there will be some additional staff time needed to send additional mailings, but the planning department supports these warrant articles. Allison Steinfeld spoke at the advisory subcommittee hearing, the advisory committee hearing, and the zoning bylaw hearing, expressing her support for these articles, and she indicated that they're going to do it anyway. They're already basically incorporating these warrant articles into their procedures. So this, I found that really encouraging, and I want to thank her for her support. So to wrap up, this is important symbolically and in fact, in practice, the words of our bylaws matter in terms of who we think the town serves. And we don't think it only serves people who own land. Similarly, people who rent deserve to know what's going on in their neighborhoods and how they can, have their voices heard. So this article helps remedy that problem. I just want to conclude by saying, while this seems like common sense and kind of unobjectionable, because the abutters notices procedure comes from state law, it is my understanding that this is sort of an unprecedented change in the sense that other towns and cities are not notifying renters about special permits and variances either. And so by making this change as sort of low hanging as it sounds, I think we're actually, doing something really important and valuable. And I'm happy that I hope that other towns and communities will notice. That's all I have. I'm happy to answer questions.
I would also add that unlike many towns in the suburban areas around Boston, I think Brookline, I know this, Brookline is about half renters in terms of the housing stock. So
yeah, but communities
so,
like Cambridge or Boston are majority renters. But yeah, of course you're right.
Yeah.
Could I ask a question, actually? I don't know if Michael knows this answer, and we might need town council, but I'm supportive of this article, but I'm wondering whether Somerville is a city, and we have to be careful not to get caught in the trap of being able to do everything a city does, because we are not empowered to do so by the state. And we have to get a home rule petition sometimes to do different fees and things. So I'm just wondering whether that applies in this situation.
I don't believe so. We do already charge fees to applicants for an abutters list fee, and we charge base fees for permits.
So you're just suggesting we raise it?
Yes.
Okay.
And the select board in October of 2019 did change those fees. I saw it in a meeting minute. I searched for it. So clearly you guys do vote on these fees periodically when the ZBA proposes that they be updated. And yeah, Allison thought that sounded like a good idea, but yeah, I don't believe that this requires any home rule petitions. I've sent this to town council, well, a draft of this. This has evolved as Amy and I have worked on it, but, and she never indicated, Jocelyn Murphy never indicated that this would require some kind of home rule petition.
Okay, Mr. Kleckner?
Well, first of all, let me say that along with the planning director, I think this is a very sensible proposal, and I'm surprised, it hasn't come up before, as has been pointed out. We have more apartments and multifamily housing than we do single family homes. So most of our residents, many of our residents are renters. I think the issue that I think is different from a city is that towns have to have their local bylaws approved by the Attorney General, whereas cities do not. I don't know why, but it's the way it is. And so the Attorney General will look at these bylaws in relation to state law, and these are covered by state law. This is why we do it. Both the special permit and of course the 40B comprehensive permit are all embodied in state law. And so the state law says homeowners. Now it's possible, and I don't know the legal basis, that she would say, well, this isn't taking away from that, it's just making it more extensive. But I don't know. But that's the only difference I'm aware of between the city and town, is that the Attorney General is obligated to approve on local town bylaws, both zoning and general bylaws, whereas in a city that's not required.
All right. Okay. Any other discussion of this?
Bernard, if I could just add that the advisory.
I'm sorry, Melissa.
The advisory
you
committee's
have your hand up. I overlooked it.
On this article, and you do have what they did in your packet. So they added language: to the extent practicable, using the town's available data, the following apply. They put that in front of section 8.4. And that was really just to acknowledge that, IT is still working on merging all the data sets that they do have. So the data is not perfect, but, as long as the town uses what we do have as data available to try and do the outreach.
All right. Okay, the licensing or the zoning bylaw committee did not think that was a significant change, and we approved that at our meeting yesterday.
Are you saying you approved the change?
Yes.
Yeah, and the petitioners do not have an objection to adding that language. We don't really think it has an impact, so we're okay with it.
Well, I say we dunk this and move on. I'm happy to vote tonight if others are in favor.
Other people want to vote tonight? Okay, see, Heather does. John does. Nancy, what about you?
Still
Yes,
gonna have your
yes,
public hearing.
Okay.
yeah, I'll vote tonight.
Public
Wait,
hearing.
wait, did we finish the hearing?
Yeah. Bernard, no one has indicated that they want to speak regarding this warrant article.
Okay, so we have to officially start the hearing though. Okay, this is a hearing. Is there anyone wanting to make a comment, Justin?
Yeah, no.
Okay. Okay, it's getting late. Okay. Okay, so I move favorable action on warrant article 24 and warrant article 25. General bylaw notifications and zoning bylaw notifications. All in favor, Ms. Heller?
Bernard, sorry.
Aye.
Oh, sorry. Just to make sure that we're voting on the language as amended by the advisory committee?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, I mean, are people okay with that?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, so I move approval of warrant article 24, general bylaw notifications, and warrant article 25, zoning notifications, each with the additional language provided by the advisory committee to the extent, quote, to the extent practical using the town's available data. I think that's what it was. That's what I have written down. Close quote. All in favor, Ms. Heller,
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton,
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez,
Aye.
Mr. Van Scoyac,
Aye.
chair votes aye. That's two bylaws or warrant articles out of the way, so.
Thank you,
Move on.
folks. Appreciate
you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Okay. Warrant articles for further review and possible vote on the following warrant articles for the 2020 fall town meeting. Warrant Article 16, recall of elected officials. Warrant Article 28, fiscal education for town meeting members. Warrant Article 30, advisory committee recorded votes. Warrant Article 32, budget equity. Warrant Article 33, resolution, town school partnership. And Warrant Article 37, school committee stipends. Melissa, do you want to sort of guide us through this?
Sure. So Article 16, I believe we heard from the petitioner that she didn't think it was ready for prime time yet because she's meeting with CTOS currently. And I don't know that I don't know if CTOS is still going or if she's on the call. So I would,
Is not on.
so I would
Okay,
imagine that is still evolving.
so
So
let's
the,
postpone that.
okay. 28 fiscal education. I believe that the advisory committee amended that with they added a severability clause, and I don't know that I have that specific language. So I'm going to probably need you to postpone that unless it's in your packet, which I don't think it is. I looked for it earlier.
Severability clause is important, but it's not substantive. And what do people think? Nothing?
I have thoughts on the article itself, but not on that particular point.
Okay, do you want to put it off until another time, another meeting, or?
I need the language from advisory to put in front of you so that you can consider it.
Okay.
'Cause otherwise, back and
That
amend
makes
it.
sense.
Okay, so that's postponed also.
Yep.
Okay, less for tonight, more for another day.
But we got two done tonight, two others that we weren't anticipating done, right?
Yeah.
Right now, I also need the language on Article 30, which I do not have either. I thought Mike had sent me these and I don't seem to have them in my email. So we're gonna have to postpone.
Okay.
Well, sorry. Article 32, I believe, is also evolving, and I've seen several different versions of that, but I believe you have, you should have language in your packet on that one.
We got language about 4 o'clock today on that. I'm not ready to vote on that. New language, maybe newer than what's in our packet.
Probably. Let's see. Same thing with 33, town school partnership also. The advisory committee made a motion, but I'm hearing that there's other language that's still floating around as well.
Can I move that the advisory committee meets on Mondays? So we have recommendations when we meet on
You need to file a warrant article for the spring. Okay, warrant article 37. Is that ready for prime time?
So that failed at the advisory committee 4-20-0, just so you know.
420-0. Okay, well, that's the advisory committee. We can vote on it. What do people think? You want to vote? You want to discuss?
You know, I'm going to vote against it. I mean, I've taken a stand on all of these things, and you know, no stipends. These stipends are really not, you know, people say, well, you know, I can't afford to do it, but I can't believe that they can afford to leave their job and accept a stipend of which probably much less than they would be getting paid. So I don't, you know, it just seems to me that we've had lots of people who worked while they were on the school committee. I was one of them. Many of my colleagues on the school committee were ones of them. Some were parents, some were not. So we've always done it. And I don't really see why we shouldn't continue that way.
John, what are your thoughts?
Well, I guess we're talking about the school committee stipend, right?
Right.
Well, this is a little awkward. I think correct me if I'm wrong, but we received an opinion from council this week that it would be a conflict of interest for the select board to vote on the select board.
Right.
I don't know whether that in any sense colors whether we should take a different view towards voting on the school committee stipend, but.
Well, she didn't say that. So.
No, she didn't say that. It's a little bit confusing, but
yeah.
All right. I'm not going to say anything more.
Any other comments? Okay.
Go ahead, Bernard. Sorry.
No, I'll make my comment last.
Oh, sorry. I just this is about access and inclusion. I think the petitioners, I felt they made a compelling case during the last presentation, and look forward to them making the same presentation at town meeting and see where it shakes out there. But I plan to support it along the way.
Okay, my comment is that has anyone done any interviews of school committee members, especially the chair of the school committee, to get some basic information, some data on how much time they spend on their volunteer work, so the town meeting has, the relevant information with which to you make a decision. I mean, I think the fact that, in my opinion, school committee members, work ungodly hours, is a factor to be considered in someone's vote. So I would, that's the question that's out there. I don't know who I should ask that of, but maybe the petitioners.
Bernard, I would say also you could just count up the amount of hours that they spend in meetings and at least double or triple it.
Yeah.
The amount of time they're spending, and they spend a lot of time in meetings.
Yeah.
So. I kind of feel bad for them because the rationale offered for them to get half of what the select board would get is that there's more of them, which I mean, I get the math, but if they're working the same number of hours as the select board, it doesn't feel right. But again, I'm not expressing an opinion because I don't quite know how we can express an opinion on the school committee's compensation without seeming to be expressing an opinion on whether we should be compensated. And we've been told that we should stay out of that one. So I'm going to stay out of that one.
Okay. Let's see. What should we do? Should we vote, or are we
take a vote?
Afraid to vote. Okay, we can vote and people can abstain. And I'll ask my question of the petitioners at some point. I move favorable. Mr. Ananian, you have something to say? You just popped into the screen.
Yeah,
Okay.
we don't know why. Yeah, I think he's
Yeah.
all set.
Yeah, he's hacking our meeting. So I move favorable action on warrant article 37, school committee stipends. All in favor, Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Oh, wait,
No,
you
I'm
said you
sorry,
know.
no.
Okay. I don't mean to
Oh, where
just
am I?
remind you of your vote. I'm not gonna hold it against you that you forgot.
No,
I make
no.
you,
I vote no.
okay. Ms. Hamilton,
Abstain.
Mr. Fernandez,
Aye.
Mr. Venskoya,
Abstain.
and chair votes aye. Okay. Next, boards and commissions appointments. Mr. Kleckner, are you gonna kind of quarterback this?
You know,
Advisory Council on Public Health.
unfortunately, Mr. Chair and members of the board, I don't believe the material for this item was put in your packet, and I regret that.
That's right, it wasn't.
I just learned that, and I'd rather not. I think you charged me with doing some research with Dr. Jett on something on Thursday, and I haven't done that yet.
Okay, so let's just put this off. As I recall, there is an issue with voting members. Is there not?
What kind of issue are you referring to?
Meaning that they don't have a quorum, or the chair and incoming chair are not have terms that have expired.
I don't believe that's the case. I believe that they continue to serve until their successor is appointed.
Right. Okay.
But you know, I believe that's the case.
Okay. Good. So we'll take this up at a later time, another time.
Thank you.
Okay. There's nothing else. Anyone have anything else to say?
I'll just know, I know we have a lot coming up, and I'll just put on the table, I don't know how others feel, but I'm open to, if and when need be, I know during town meeting, we sometimes have more than one meeting a week. If we need to do something like that in advance, I'm happy to do it. I just need a little bit of advance notice. So as you all plan the schedule, if it feels like there's just too much being piled on and we need to, you know, do a Tuesday, Thursday or something, I'm in. I just need some heads up on it.
Okay. Well, good. So meetings ended. Leave.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Night.
Have a nice evening.
You too.
Rest up for tomorrow's meetings.
Thank you, Bernard. Good job.